Welcome to the Fearless Floyd Show. We'll begin in 2 minutes. Yeah, give me 1 second. We're setting everything up, and I'll be right with you. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome.
Where's that coming from? Is it the mic? Oh, I have the mic sit. Hey.
All right. Still having echo. Open.
I can't even get back to
Testing. Testing. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we got the echo loop out of the way. I muted it.
Maybe because you have a mic here, right?
Yeah, there's an open mic here.
And it's hearing that as well, which is on a delay.
Yep.
Right?
Yep, that's why I have it muted.
Okay.
So I just can't talk while that's open.
You just,
no big deal.
As long as it records with sound.
Right.
People are going to hear you speaking anyway. Now,
Yeah.
what they
get here.
won't do is if you're playing any videos, they won't hear it.
No, I'll unmute it and play.
Oh.
I just can't talk.
Okay.
I have to mute this mic.
All right. So play a video, and then you'll have to mute that.
All right, and thank you all for showing up here live on all social media platforms of the Fearless Floyd Show. Hello, Sandra. Hello, NTM. Thank you for joining. I am at the Skypony Gallery in Plano, Texas, at the shops at Willowbend, and I want to first thank my gracious hosts, Doug and Kiki Winters, for allowing me to do this presentation, allowing yesterday's presentation with Noel Benoit, which obviously was a much better audience than I have today, but it is what it is. So I'm going to be talking about various topics. For some of you who don't know who I am, don't know what I've done, I want to cover just some quick stuff, and then I'm going to dive into the topics about artificial intelligence, digital DNA, and digital twins. So without further ado, let me show you guys something. For a lot of people in the audience yesterday, a lot of them were MAGA supporters and Trump supporters, obviously, Republicans, and we had a lot of people here from the Republic of Texas. So they had a lot of questions about, especially with my own personal background dealing with all the assemblies, private membership associations, stuff like that. They were asking me a lot of questions, and we got into a whole bunch of different stuff. And in talking about this, I've always said that the people over here doing all the private process stuff, and the people that want to be sovereign, and then the people that just they don't want anything to do with government. They just want out of the whole matrix thing. And then you have the conservatives, then you have the Republicans, and then you have the MAGA, and then you have the QAnons over here. Well, those all those people know about the same stuff. They know about the birth certificate bomb, the all capital name, straw man, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, as we went down the list. So as we discussed all that, I was trying to explain to him that, divided we fall, united, we stand. And the problem is that all these people across that broad spectrum completely understand the minutia of all of that. However, they're all fractionalized. They think their group is going to be the superior one, and instead of all harmonizing, because they all want the same thing: freedom, peace, and tranquility. But yet they choose not to harmonize. They want to stay fractured. There are people in there who say, oh, you can't join this group if you belong to that group, blah this, blah that. And it's a sad commentary on society, especially people that want to move forward. Now, I'm not a negative Nancy. I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from doing what they feel in their heart and soul that they should do for themselves, God, country, political party, family, whatever. Okay. Continue to do what you do. But I will caveat that with this, nobody can beat fraud and corruption. When there's fraud and corruption involved in anything, there are no rules. If you're playing by the rules and they're not, more likely than not, you're going to lose, which is sad, but that's how it is. So this is probably going to be a long day for me, but let me get rolling. But in doing so, I want to give you a little bit of my bona fides about what I've done just on this topic, because a lot of what I'm going to get into, the Trump administration is in the middle. Okay. Good, bad, indifferent. I'll let you determine that. I'm not going to decide for you. Let's see. New tab. No. Kick that out. Oh. All right. So add to the stage. I believe that's where I'm at.
And then they would go mine of the plants and bring stuff back. And then they also wanted to back up having jewels or that.
Trying to figure this out. Give me a second. All right.
So yours and then
Finally.
you're saying
Am I caught? Yep, it is. Okay. What you see here is my treason against the state of Texas. I mailed this off January 6th, 2024. You see all the recipients on here? And there's the title, Treason Against the State of Texas. Shall consist only of levying war against it or adhering to its enemies, giving them aid and comfort, and no person shall be convicted of treason except on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act or on confession in open court. See Texas Constitution, Article 1, Section 22. So basically, this is it. If you'd like a copy of this, I'll send it to you. They're the testimony of the 2 witnesses. These are the titles. Witness signature, notarized, evidence, treasonous acts.
looking at what he wants to do. I hope they are. I didn't want to, somehow, but I wanted to be enough.
Well, we'll be fortunate to talk about
There you go. Yes, right.
There you go.
And we get more.
So that's what I did.
This is going to be more than nitty-gritty and
And I forwarded
and see, and that one asked the question about
to all those folks on January 6th. 6 months later, on July 6th, after I received no contact from any of the recipients, I filed a follow-up letter. I got a boilerplate template letter from Senator John Cornyn saying, "We received your correspondence, and to this day, I haven't heard a thing about that." That's your government at work. This is your government.
And Trump is not in charge.
So the governments, we have a problem. I want to play a little quick video for you.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. Yeah. And if he was in charge, why would they try to put him in prison for anything? And that's.
Hush, Sosh.
And they play. They hear people afraid. They're just blowing up.
Well, there's some.
When I was in, they said, you told somebody something 15 years.
We know that on that. But somehow. There we go.
Yeah.
This is how you get duped, folks. Okay? Pay attention to this. Oh, hang on.
I'm going to say hello.
All right, I wanted to show you that specifically because when you hear politicians, okay, they're the two sides of the same coin. They all have an agenda. They all have a narrative. You may hear all this political rhetoric about all the things that they're going to promise to do, they're going to do when they get in there. And when they get in there, it's a completely different story. Not everything happens as it does. So, like I said, Trump is in the middle of this. How is he in the middle of it? I'm going to show you. So,
And if they get it, and we get those square regulars, it'll be gone in a heartbeat. And I'm broadcasting that on live.
Okay. And I don't know
And
many
that's
people.
like two that every normal people there.
let's just go over here and start here.
And tells me all that.
Yeah, no matter what the death was, it could be, yeah, it could be an auto accident. Oh, we got another death. So, yeah, and they were paying the hospital.
Oh, you have a, do you have a YouTube page?
All right. What you see here is the definition of AI according to the federal government. For the purposes of this report, I got to increase this so I don't have to turn around and keep reading.
Elon worked. But, and that's why I'm saying, if you can't take them there, we gotta have that.
There we go.
We have the right.
Ah, now I can read. Okay. Definition of AI. For the purpose of this report, the definition of an AI system is one that was established as the best practice in recently released NIST AI risk management framework. Quote, an AI system is an engineered or machine-based system that can, for a given set of objectives, generate outputs such as predictions, recommendations, or decisions influencing real or virtual environments. AI systems are designed to operate with varying levels of autonomy. Close quote. Oh, okay.
Are you online right now?
Yeah, we're doing it live. I'm doing the presentation. You can get Doug and Kiki to process it if you want.
How much is it?
They're $229, 10% off.
Shit, that's too much money. $200?
It has 7 different trusts in it, and every form you'll ever need to operate and trust. That's what they're for. Yeah, that's no problem. Stargate AI, LLC. The Stargate AI project, a $500 billion initiative announced in January 2025 by OpenAI, Sam Altman, SoftBank, Moshoshi Son, and Oracle, Larry Ellison. I'm just going to give you the highlights of this, okay? You can go look at this stuff for yourself. But on May 16th, 2025, NVIDIA, who makes the world's fastest silicon processor chip, Cisco, and OpenAI announced plans for UAE, United Arab Emirates Stargate data center set to open in 2026. A similar partnership was announced May 22nd, 2025, with G42, Oracle, NVIDIA, SoftBank, and Cisco collaborating on the same initiative in the United Arab Emirates. Elon Musk has publicly questioned the financial feasibility. However, SoftBank and OpenAI have reached reportedly $19 billion in initial capital for the venture. The Stargate project remains a central component of the U.S. AI infrastructure strategy, with support from the Trump administration, which has pledged to use executive orders to expedite the development. This is OpenAI's Oracle Deepen AI Center. And doesn't that kind of look like a circuit board? Because that's exactly what it is. So who are the Stargate AI players? First, we have Sam Altman of OpenAI, who was born in 1985. He's an American entrepreneur, investor, chief executive officer at OpenAI since 2019. He is considered one of the leading figures of the AI boom. Okay. When I say AI boom, this is, we've had these big bubbles. We had the dot-com bubble. Then we had the real estate bubble. Then we had the crypto bubble. And now this next one is AI. Altman's net worth was estimated at $1.8 billion as of July 2025. So he's a small fry with a big company in the grand scheme of things when you compare him to these other two individuals who are part of the AI Stargate project. Moshian Sun of SoftBank, born in 1957. He's the founder, representative director, corporate officer, chairman, and chief executive of SoftBank Group, a technology-focused investment holding company, as well as chairman of the UK-based ARM Holding, and US-based Stargate LLC. As of May 2025, Sun ranked 65 on Forbes' list of the world's billionaires and is number 177 on Bloomberg Billionaires Index. Next, we move on to Larry Ellison of Oracle, born in 1944. He was Oracle's chief executive officer from 1977 to 2014, is now chief technology officer and executive chairman. As of July 2025, Ellison is the second wealthiest person in the world, according to Bloomberg Billionaires Index, with an estimated net worth of $254 billion, and the second wealthiest person in the world, according to Forbes, with an estimated worth of $286.8 billion. Ellison is also known for his ownership of 98% of the island of Lanai, which is the sixth largest island in the Hawaiian Islands. In response to the September 11th terrorist attacks of 2001, Ellison made the controversial offer to donate software to the federal government that would have enabled it to build and run a national identification database to issue ID cards. Quote, the Oracle of National ID Cards. And that was from Wired from October 27, 2001. An article Ellison wrote for the Wall Street Journal is more blunt, and I quote, the government could phase in digital ID cards to replace existing Social Security cards and driver's license. These new IDs should be based on a uniform standard such as credit card technology, which is harder to counterfeit than existing government IDs. Here's Larry Ellison's Wikipedia. Come on. I got a lag here. All right. Larry Ellison on gene editing. Larry Ellison, co-founder of Oracle, has been actively promoting the development of AI-driven personalized cancer vaccines, aiming to create mRNA vaccines tailored to individual patients within 48 hours using advanced AI and robotic systems. His vision includes early cancer detection through AI analysis of blood tests and gene sequencing to develop customized vaccines. Larry Ellison's AI-driven personalized cancer vaccines. Ellison envisions a future where AI can design personalized mRNA vaccines for cancer patients within 48 hours, leveraging gene sequencing and robotic manufacturing to produce vaccines tailored to each individual's tumor profile. And I can go on, but I will continue. This is a article from Bioengineer. Oracle's Ellison envisions AI-designed personalized cancer vaccines. If you're not familiar with what that is, I'll get into that and explain it to you. Here's another. This is the article from the Bioengineering, but basically declaring that artificial intelligence will soon design personal mRNA vaccines for each and every individual to fight cancer, and that they produced by robotic systems within a mere 48 hours. When someone of this stature speaks about an AI-driven revolution that custom tailors vaccines for disease as formidable as cancer, it compels our attention. He envisions a future in which we create an mRNA therapy specifically for each patient's cancer profile, meaning that no two people's vaccines will be exactly alike. So if you're not familiar with this, I'll get into it. The idea is that thousands or even millions of unique mRNA sequences could be generated or tested, or at the very least, validated in silico within days. Most people don't know this. The world's first genetically modified human. Rice University experts examined historic personalized gene editing breakthrough. The New York Times reported this, and this is probably 2 months old. A child has been cured using the first gene editing therapy custom built for an individual patient. The therapy corrected a single letter mutation in the genome, which is DNA, the root cause of deadly rare disease. This breakthrough offers new hope for the more than 30 million Americans living with one of over 7,000 rare genetic diseases, the vast majority of which have no effective treatment. And this goes into the whole CRISPR-based gene correction. If you're not familiar with that, y'all can get as close as y'all want. Y'all can sit right in front of me if you want. I do, but it's too much feedback. Y'all can pull up chairs. Y'all can pull those. Y'all want to pull those up? I will. I'm not bashful. So as we continue, and I'm just hitting the highlights. You can go do a search on whatever search engine and find the same information. This isn't anything that's privy or, I'm somebody special and I got this through a back channel. Quote, gene therapy is one of the most exciting frontiers in medicine, including for treating diseases in the brain, where targeted, non-invasive approaches could make an enormous impact, close quote. Now, for most of you who don't know, Rice University is in my hometown, Houston, Texas. It is a major university dealing with all types of AI-driven technologies. So much that I have not had time to go review every article that has been published by the professors and associate professors at Rice University dealing with this type of technology. It's overwhelming. In fact, that the presentation that I put together today, which took me weeks to go accumulate all this information, put it in here, and of course, I've had technical difficulties both days I've been here in Plano. Yesterday morning and today I woke up and had it some more, which is a whole different issue, but took care of. So this stuff is coming. The genetically modified organism is complementary or artificial DNA. This is the case, the landmark case by the United States Supreme Court, which decided that, and I quote, a naturally occurring DNA segment is a product of nature and not patent eligible merely because it has been isolated, close quote. However, the court allowed patenting of complementary DNA or synthetic DNA, which contains exactly the same protein case base pair sequence as the natural DNA, albeit with introns removed. The lawsuit in question challenged the validity of gene patents in the United States. So basically what they're saying is, if I take a natural organism and I send in some type of device to manipulate the DNA, i.e. cut a strand out or cut a sequence out or cut one little genome out and replace it with synthetic DNA, now that particular entity, whether it's a human, a plant, an animal like a cow or thoroughbred racehorse, that is a genetically modified organism. It is patent eligible for whoever created that genome sequencing that was inputted into the entity. So theoretically, whoever created that vaccine for that child who was cured of this rare disease, they have a patent. So now they own that child as a product. Absolutely. So what I'm trying to show you is that through medicine, through convenience, people will surrender their humanity and become basically an android. and I'm going to show you everything that they're doing to create this. Now, when I told you that my presentation that I took 2 or 3 weeks to incorporate here, on my drive here, I listened to a 3+ hour video. I was turned on to the person that presented that video, Sabrina Wallace, by my friend, Dr. Ed Group. He's been promoting her. Listen to Sabrina, listen to Sabrina. So I had a 5-hour trip. I decided, let's turn it on and listen. By the time I got to Plano, I felt like an imbecile, a moron, complete idiot about all the stuff I'm talking about right now. Why? Because this just covers the surface. She took the deep dive down the rabbit hole to determine exactly what they're doing, how they're doing it, and how long they've been doing it. So I'll get to her in a minute, but I wanted to break this down to you, and I wanted to show you the law. This is the law of the land, that if you get complementary or synthetic DNA incorporated into your system, into your body, you are now a patent eligible product owned by the manufacturer of that or the licensee. Wow. I don't see how that could have a problem. So that's where we're at. So there is a genetically modified human being wandering our earth. Believe it or not. What are genetically modified organisms? In general terms, genetically modified organisms are organisms that are altered using modern biotechnology techniques, such as an in vitro recombination of nucleic acid, DNA, or RNA molecules, resulting in an organism with a novel combination of genetic material. Novel means new. Genetic engineering allows scientists to select one specific gene to implant. This avoids introducing other genes with undesirable traits. Genetic engineering is also helps speed up the process of creating new foods with desired traits. Boy, genome editing is a newer method that involves adding, removing, or changing the DNA of a plant or animal in a targeted way. The USDA, or U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, assesses all GMOs to make sure they're safe before allowing them to be what? Sold. In addition to the FDA, so when you get your little genetic vaccine or whatever to cure whatever allegedly in the future, you'll be governed by the FDA. If there's artificial intelligence involved, well, we're going to get to who's going to govern that. So the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, regulate bioengineered plants and animals. They assess the safety of GMOs to humans, animals, plants, and the environment. The first animal produced by means of this cloning technique with a nucleus from an adult donor cell, as opposed to a donor embryo, was a sheep named Dolly, which we're all very familiar with. There's more information that I wanted to get into here, but I was on a time restraint because everything else that's happening, technical difficulties, flooding in my hotel room, et cetera, et cetera. And I wanted to get more information to show you about cloning, synthetics. And if you don't know what a synthetic is where you can go to a catalog and you can open it up and you're seeing these pictures of all these pretty people, all different colors, blonde hair, brown hair, black hair, afros, red hair, blue eyes, green eyes, athletic, slim, any color tone you want. You want bright white, dark black. You just select what synthetic or sleeve that you want. Allegedly, but we're going to find out that it's actually happening, that they will take your conscience, upload your conscience to the cloud or wherever, and download it into a synthetic body of your choice. That is actually happening today. So don't for a minute think that cloning is not real. Cloning goes all the way back to Clonade. If you're not familiar with Clonade was created from the Raelian religion, who believe that UFOs are going to come save the world and have genetically modified the human beings. They were started in Canada, came into the United States, went to the Bahamas, and have kind of disappeared off the map. So they're hard to find. Ownership of GMOs, genetically modified organisms, are typically owned by the entities that develop them, which can include private companies, public institutions, and research organizations. So imagine being owned by some university research lab or Oracle or Facebook. That's a possibility, folks. In summary, ownership of genetically modified organisms is primarily held by the entities that develop them, often through use of patents, which can restrict the use and distribution of these organisms. Technology of scale. All right, here we dive into nanotechnology, which is in the normal, everyday nomenclature of everybody. We're going to dive into some scales that you probably have never heard of, that theoretically and hypothetically don't exist. Really? Watch. Nanotechnology is the manipulation of matter of at least one dimension, sized 1 to 100 nanometers, which probably goes over most people's head. But it's thinner than a human hair, to give you an example. So we'll go from that. The associated research and application range from extensions in conventional device physics to molecular self-assembly, from developing new materials with dimensions on the nanoscale to direct control of matter on the atomic scale. Atomic, okay? Nanotechnology is on the molecular scale. We're going to dive into the atomic and subatomic levels here in a minute. Nanotechnology may be able to create new materials and devices with diverse applications, such as in nanomedicine, nanoelectronics, agriculture sectors, biomaterial, energy production, and consumer products. So next, we're going to move on to pico technology. So these terms are going to be in your nomenclature in the next decade. Pico technology. It is a hypothetical future level of technological manipulation of matter on the scale of trillionths of a meter, or picoscale, 3 orders of the magnitude smaller than a nanometer. So if a nanometer or nano is smaller than a human hair, okay, imagine what a pico is, because that would be 3 times smaller. We're going to dive into the subatomic level because pico technology is on the atomic level. The next one, further hypothetical development, is femtotechnology. Femtotechnology would involve working with matter at the subatomic level. All these definitions are straight from Wikipedia, so you can go look them up yourself. Again, femtotechnology is a term used in reference to the hypothetical manipulation of matter on the scale of a femtometer. Hypothetical means it doesn't exist. Want to bet? All right, well, let's go see, Floyd. The most advanced form of molecular nanotechnology is often imagined to involve self-replicating molecular machines. You heard me. Self-replicating molecular machines, and there have been some speculation suggesting something similar might be possible with analogs of molecules composed of nucleons rather than atoms. Astrophysicist Frank Drake once speculated about the possibility of self-replicating organisms composed of such nuclear molecules living on the surface of a neutron star. All right, so guess what we're getting into now? Come on. These are patents by inventor Donald Richard Wilsh of Florida. He has filed multiple patents for femtotechnology. And here are the patents. There's the patent number there in green. Basically, it's a carbanion. Of the carbanions may include a carbon atom. This was filed June 16th, 2021. It was granted, as you can see. Medicine composition for facilitating treating organs of a what? What are humans? Mammals. Holy crap. Really? Thank you, Donald. Appreciate you. There's the patent number. It was granted. Here's another one. Same deal. So you're looking at 3 patents for femtotechnology by Donald Richard Wilsh. So what does Floyd do when he finds stuff like this? I call people. I have personally spoken to Donald Wilsh. I have a multitude of his emails. So you would think that Donald's like some nuclear physicist, rocket scientist, right? He's a high school graduate with no college education, been doing femtotechnology for 20 years. So that tells me that if some high school graduate is using femtotechnology that theoretically, hypothetically does not exist for 20 years, that the United States government via Big Pharma, military industrial complex, has been using it for 50 to 20 years. Just like you heard Noel yesterday, same thing. If you go to Wikipedia right now, you put in picotechnology, femtotechnology, it's going to tell you it's hypothetical, doesn't exist. Futuristic scientific applications of technology. Tools and technologies for brain cells and circuits. The NIH Brain, that's the National Institute of Health, folks. Brain Initiative supports efforts to define, catalog, map, access, and characterize the diverse cell types and their functions in the brain across species. What does that mean in layman's terms, Floyd? They're mapping the brain so they know where to send the bots. That's what they're doing across every species. This isn't anything new. They've been doing it for a long, long time. If you dive into Sabrina's Wallace's website, and I'll show you guys at the very end here, they've had full access for the last decade, 2015, when they started this. So this isn't anything new by any stretch of the imagination. The ultimate concerted goal of these efforts is to provide both a comprehensive knowledge base and what? Experimental access to diverse brain cell types to enable the study of their roles in health and disease. The Brain Initiative Atlas Network. Some of this stuff you've never heard of, okay? And I get it. To dive into this stuff, if you would have told my father, who was a 9th grade physical science teacher, and I actually failed 9th grade physical science, and he lit my ass up for that. But if you would have told him when I failed that class that when I'm 60 plus years old, I'm going to be sitting in front of my computer at 3 o'clock in the morning reading scientific white papers about femtotechnology, searching for the truth, he would have laughed at you. I would have laughed at you. But here I am. And this is what I do. I'm searching for the truth, whatever it looks like, whether it's to my own detriment or not. If it's ugly, beautiful, whatever it is what it is. All I do is find facts, conclude the evidence, and make my own personal opinion. I'm showing you what I found. This is my research. And by all means, this is just the surface. Want a deeper dive into all this and the technologies that they're using, I don't have an engineering degree. And I'm like I said, I'm a moron. I'm an idiot. I'm ignorant. And part of this program is to educate you so you know what the future is, what reality today is. Because reality today is what I'm showing you. They've been doing this. If you go back and check out, if you remember the Obama administration, you've heard of the term DARPA, right? Well, they have another DARPA, but it's not DARPA. Sabrina tells you all about it. I had no idea there was another one. But if you go back to 2012, 2013, Obama came out with DARPA's Brain Initiative. And if you do like I did, went back and you studied all that and seen exactly what they were trying to accomplish back then. They were trying to do the brain mapping. They were trying to put some type of array in the brain to receive and transceive. Mostly this was for veterans. That's the firewall that they use, the front straw person or the straw entity to get you to follow along with it. BICON supports 11 grants projected to total $100 million annually over 5 years. The aim of these awards is to generate complete reference atlases of brain cell types in human, non-human primates, and mouse across the lifespan, which can be shared and used throughout the research community. In addition to developing a what? Parts list, detailing the vast array of neurons and non-neuronal cells in the human brain. The project also aims to map cell interaction that underlie a wide range of brain disorders. So now we're getting into what? How does the brain operate? Electricity, electrical currents. What is your body made of? What do they tell us? 90+% water? Isn't water a conductive electrical entity? Absolutely. So that's how they're doing it. Now, I want to ask my audience a question. How many of you in here have a smart TV? Raise your hand. Smart TV, like this one. Smart TV. Everybody?
I guess my son does.
How many have more than one? Just one? How many have a smart remote where you can like push a button and go, I'm going to watch the NFL? You do. Okay. Did you know that's the best spy device they have?
Yeah.
Do you know that mic's always open on your remote? It never shuts off?
I have to give a piece of my mind when I get it.
That's the facts. I'm going to get into this, and I'm going to show you how much that information's worth, how they're selling it, what they're using it for. I'm going to break all this down for you to show you what your digital DNA is. I see you're on your phone. Go to your settings, go to your connections, open your Bluetooth, scroll down. You see all those devices? You can do the same thing with your Wi-Fi. Those devices are all talking. You don't have to log on to them. They're talking in the back channel. Every app you have on your phone.
That's how Apple AirTag works.
Yeah. Every app you have on your phone, every app you have on any type of smart device, those apps constantly talk to each other. So in your house, if you have Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, you have a router, and you pull up your Wi-Fi and you see, you live in an apartment complex, you see thousands of Wi-Fis. All those Wi-Fis are talking to each other. All those apps through your Wi-Fi are talking to their apps on their Wi-Fi and selling information back to those apps. Those apps are taking that information and they're selling it to whoever wants to buy it. That's what's going on.
Including your pictures. And what do they use?
Everything you do.
All your pictures, everything.
When people get on Facebook and they're like, okay, I want to be an action figure. Here, take my picture. You're giving them all your biometric data. Cameras now through the AI algorithm are watching your eyes. They're watching what you're looking at on the screen. They know everything that you're looking at. If you pause and you're like, oh, that's a pretty girl, guess what? You're going to get a bunch of pretty girls in your feed.
Yeah.
I know every one of you have your phone's down here. You're talking about, oh, I need to buy a new muffler for my car. And then you get on Facebook and now you can see all these muffler ads.
Yep, it happens. Even does it when you're thinking
It's
about it.
always open. It's always listening. This is what AI is. This is what AI is going to do. I'm going to play you a video, okay, of Donald Trump. Absolutely. and it's going to blow your mind of what I don't know if it's him personally. I don't know if he's being advised to do this. I don't know. Noel has his own beliefs, his own thing. I go by reality, facts, what's posted, what they're saying, and their actions. What do they say? You can always judge a man by his actions, right? Not by his words. All right. New program seeks high-resolution neural interfaces for use by able-bodied service members. This is from 2018, so of course this is 7 years old. We already know what technology does. It doubles every so many days. Over the past 2 decades, the international biomedical research community has demonstrated increasingly sophisticated ways to allow a person's brain to communicate with a device. Did you hear me? Allowing breakthroughs aimed at improving quality of life. That's how they're going to sell it. We're going to make your life better. And I'm going to blow you away when I tell you that, in my opinion, there's no difference between any of the presidential administrations. That certain things have been allowed to happen to make this the standard in the world. And I'll get to all that. So bear with me through all this, because I know this is a lot to digest. There's a lot of technical jargon. The reason I'm not saying anything about Sabrina Wallace's videos and the technology that she uses is because it is so dense. There's so many different categories. You know, you have the electrical engineers, telecommunications union, and they all have their own little vernacular jargon that they use for the type of technologies that they're using. And I don't want to bastardize that, butcher it. I'd rather just say, here's the video, go watch it for yourself, take your time, listen to it over time, make your own decisions. So God bless Sabrina Wallace. That's all I can say. She's a national treasure. When y'all listen to her, you're like, oh my God, this woman is spot on. And she has the bona fides to discuss those particular technologies way beyond me. So I'll let the experts do the talking, such as access to computers and the internet. Sabrina calls this the internet of I'm trying to get it correct. No, it's not things. There's something before that. Internet of body things.
Internet of all things.
Yeah, it's something like that. But again, I digress to Sabrina. So what has happened is they've turned our body into these receivers and transceivers that are already communicating. We just don't know the technology to be able to interface with the internet yet or interface with the computers, but it's coming. The more recently control of a prosthetic limb, basically that's DARPA has been in the forefront of this research. IARPA, that's the other one. You heard of IARPA? Okay, Jerry's on the ball over here. DARPA now seeks to achieve high levels of brain system communications without surgery in its new program, Next Generation Non-Surgical Neurotechnology, N3. DARPA created N3 to pursue a path to a safe, portable neural interface system capable of reading from and writing to multiple points in the brain at once. High-resolution non-surgical neurotechnology has been elusive, but thanks to recent advances in biomedical engineering, neuroscience, synthetic biology, which is fake biology, and nanotechnology, we now believe the goal is attainable. Smart systems will significantly impact how our troops operate in the future, and now is the time to be thinking about what human-machine teaming will actually look like and how it might be accomplished. Noel and I were having a discussion this morning before we came here in our room, and we were talking about the military and obviously the Ukraine-Russian war. And part of what he was telling me is that, Putin wants to invade the United States. And we were discussing what's better, Russia or the United States right now. And my opinion, Russia. They don't have any transgenderism. They don't have homelessness. They don't have drug addiction. They don't have people that look like freaking weird ass zombies in the street, all strung out on fentanyl. They don't have homelessness. Their prices are good, clean environment. Tucker Carlson went over there and he was blown away and very impressed with Russia. So when we were discussing this, I was like, he's like, what are they going to do it, by other means? I was like, well, they got to get bodies over here. The battlefield of the future isn't going to be soldiers out there like we had in Vietnam or even the Civil War, where they're going to be on the front lines with an M16, when I can create basically a $20 drone with an explosive device on it that I can remotely from right here control it and fly it into somebody or into a building. That's where the warfare is going. AI is going to control all that. It's going to be an AI warfare. There's not going to be a human doing it. Humans are too error prone. Team selected for DARPA's next generation non-surgical neurotechnology program will pursue a mix of approaches to developing wearable interfaces for communicating with the brain. This is from 2019, which is 6 years ago, folks. DARPA has awarded funding to 6 organizations to support the next generation non-surgical neurotechnology N3 program, first announced March 2018. You see the entities. They want to develop high-resolution bidirectional brain-machine interfaces for use by able-bodied service members. These wearable interfaces could ultimately enable diverse national security applications, such as control of active cyber defense systems and swarms of unmanned aerial vehicles, or teaming with computer systems to multitask during complex missions. This is 2019, folks. What are they doing over in Ukraine? They're using drones. So we're here. We're already here. DARPA is preparing for a future in which a combination of unmanned systems, artificial intelligence, and cyber operations may cause conflicts to play out on timelines that are too short for humans to effectively manage with current technology alone. By creating a more accessible brain-machine interface that doesn't require surgery to use, DARPA could deliver tools that allow mission commanders to remain meaningfully involved in dynamic operations that unfold at rapid speed. Over the past 18 years, DARPA has demonstrated increasingly sophisticated neurotechnologies that rely on surgically implanted electrodes to interface with central or peripheral nervous systems. Over the past 18 years, DARPA has demonstrated. So they've been using neurotechnologies for 18 years. And again, that's a 7-year-old article. And this goes into more and more about exactly what they're doing. I'm just hitting the highlights for you guys. There's a lot of information to present. If N3 is successful, we'll end up with wearable neural interface systems that can communicate with the brain from a range of just a few millimeters, moving neurotechnology beyond the clinic into practical use for national security. How many people have a Fitbit, a device, count steps, monitor your health? As you should be. That's the interfacing. This is an image of what a microscale implant looks like. And some of you have heard of Stardust. And this is a little bit older article. Stardust will deliver a conceptually new device for in vivo optogenics, electrophysiology triggered by local drug delivery for Parkinson's disease. And this is how they're going to incorporate anything, because most people, because of our current food and beverage system here in the United States, our bodies are so full of pollutants that our immune system's constantly working in overtime to keep us as healthy as possible. So most of us are going to incur these diseases with the chemtrails that they're spraying above, with the aluminum, the brontium, the strontium, and all these other heavy metal toxicities. Depress the immune system, depress the pineal gland, depress our intelligence, dumb us down, and all this is on purpose. In that allegedly are some of this smart dust. But we've been incorporated with these materials for a long, long time. I'm not going to get into, when this stuff should have been prevented, because I understand I have some MAGA people, Republicans here in the audience. I love my country. I love my state. I used to love Houston, adored it, can't stand it now. Why? Illegal immigration, corruption and fraud. Y'all are going through the same thing up here in Plano with the Muslims. I know it. And it's happening everywhere. I'll get into the whole government structure and why it is the way it is and what we can do it. Y'all missed the opening when I did my presentation of my treason against the state. So if y'all, I'll show it to you afterwards, or y'all can go back and watch the beginning of the video. As I was telling you guys yesterday, as far as we all know Six Flags of Texas, right? Okay, the Six Flags were other countries that were coming in trying to take over Texas, but the Texans were like not trying to hear it. So in protection, when they developed the state of Texas, they used articles and amendments of other constitutions, mainly Tennessee, incorporated in Texas. But due to Mexico being on one side, United States being on another, France, Spain, all these other countries, Texas incorporated a clause or section in the Texas Constitution under Article 1, Section 22, called treason against the state of Texas. That's how important it was to Texans. As far as I know, I'm the only person in the world who has filed a bona fide two-party notarized affidavit of treason against the state of Texas. Absolutely. And it was completely ignored. To this day, has been completely ignored by everybody. All the government officials, all the people on the federal level that are from this state, mainstream media, alternative media, every major county sheriff in Texas, they don't want to hear it, which tells me they're part of it. I filed that January 6th for a reason, to make a statement. 2024. I followed it up July of 2024, 6 months later, after I got no knock on my door, no text, no phone call, no email, that all you recipients must be complicit in the treason. Or otherwise you would have one of your little minions in your staff like, hey, call that guy, see what this is all about. See if he's legit. No. Pardon me? Greg Abbott, Ken Paxton, John Cornyn, Ted Cruz, Troy Nels.
No, but how did you file? Did you do it by registered mail?
I don't remember if I sent it registered or certified.
It's got to be registered.
Yeah, I have a firm mailing book and all
You have
that.
to do it 3 times. And they're forced to respond.
Well, according to the law, takes 2 witnesses, an accusation of treason. That's a wrap.
Yeah, but they can refuse it up to 2 times, but on the 3rd time they cannot refuse a response.
Okay. Well, I'll have to do a follow-up.
That's very valid.
Yeah. I'll look that
I've
up.
had a lot of experience.
Who was your
Okay.
second witness?
Jesse Henley. We're no longer associates,
Doesn't
but
mean you like the response, but they have to respond.
yeah, and they didn't. All right, back to artificial intelligence. Motion artifact controlled micro brain sensors between hair follicles for persistent augmented reality brain computer interfaces. This is from April 7th, 2025. This study overcomes traditional brain computer interfaces BCI limitations by developing motion artifact controlled micro brain sensors that integrate seamlessly between hair strands. So if they have it that small, they're going to continue. eventually, you're going to be breathing it, eating it, etc., etc. Statement from U.S. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick on transforming the U.S. Artificial Intelligence Safety Institute into the pro-innovation, pro-science U.S. Center for AI, Artificial Intelligence Standards and Innovations. Under this direction of who? President Trump, Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick announced his plans to reform the agency formerly known as the U.S. AI Safety Institute, which sounds great, into the Center for AI Standards and Innovation, CASI. They love their acronyms. For immediate release, June 3rd, 2025, under the direction of President Trump, blah, 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 quoting, far too long, censorship and regulations have been used under the guise of national security. Innovators will no longer be limited by these standards. CASI will evaluate and enhance U.S. innovation of these rapidly developing commercial AI systems while ensuring they remain secure to our national security standards, said Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick. So, who is the regulatory body over artificial intelligence? The Department of Commerce, of all things. Why? Well, they just might be acting in commerce. Here's some more of the article. If you want to read it, get into it. I just hit the highlight. But right here, what you should see is they're going to coordinate with other federal agencies and entities, including the Department of Defense, Department of Energy, Department of Homeland Security, Office of Science and Technology Policy, and the intelligence community to develop evaluation methods as well as conduct evaluations and assessments. We're going to dive into some more about all of that. National Artificial Intelligence Advisory Committee, NIAC Act of 2020, the National AI Initiative Act of 2020 calls for the Secretary of Commerce in consultation with the Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Energy, Secretary of State, and the Attorney General and the Director of National Intelligence to establish the National Artificial Intelligence Advisory Committee. The NIAC is tasked with advising the President and the National AI Initiative Office on topics related to the National AI Initiative. The NIAC consists of leaders with a broad and interdisciplinary range of AI-relevant expertise from across academia, nonprofits, civil society, and the private sector. These experts are highly qualified to provide advice and information on science and technology research, development, ethics, standards, education, governance, technology transfer, commercial application, security, economic competitiveness, and other topics related to AI. Meta, Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg. Now I'm going to get into the money that they're throwing at AI. Meta invests $14 billion in Scale AI to strengthen model training. This is from June 24th, 2025. Meta's $14.3 billion investment in Scale AI represents the social media giant's most significant move to secure high-quality training data for artificial intelligence model. The deal gives Meta a 49% stake in the data labeling startup while bringing Scale AI founder Alexander Wang into Meta's leadership to head a new super intelligence research lab. What could go wrong with that? Who is Scale AI? Scale AI Incorporated is an American data annotation company based in San Francisco, California. It provides data labeling and model evaluation services to develop applications for artificial intelligence. Scale AI's customers in the commercial sector include Etsy, General Motors, OpenAI. What? A competitor? OpenAI? PayPal, Pinterest, Samsung, Toyota, and Uber, I'm sure among others. The company also directly works with world governments, including the United States, on multiple military-related projects with Qatar to improve the efficiency of its social programs. In June 2025, Meta Platforms agreed to purchase 49% stake for $14.3 billion. Scale AI company history. From 2016 to 2019, Scale was founded in 2016 by Alexander Wang and Lucy Gao. I hope I pronounced that right. Through Y Combinator. I'll get into more of Alexander Wang here in a second. In August 2019, after Peter Thiel's, that would be Palantir, Founders Fund made a $100 million investment in Scale. Its valuation exceeded $1 billion and it acquired unicorn status. Growth from 2019 to 2025. In July 2021, Scale had reached a valuation of $7 billion. So in a mere short, 5 years, it went from nothing to $7 billion. In March 2024, Scale reached a valuation of almost $13 billion. February 2025, Scale AI agreed to a 5-year partnership with the Qatari government to improve governmental services via AI-based tools and training, including predictive analytics, automation, and advanced data analytics. The deal was signed at the Web Qatar 2025 summit by Mohammed bin Ali bin Mohammed Al Mani, the Qatari Minister of Communications and Information Technology. Also in February, the company became a third-party evaluator of AI models for the U.S. Safety Institute. March 2025, Scale AI reached a deal with the United States Department of Defense to develop the Thunder Forge project. Project aims to use AI to, quote, plan and help execute movements of ships, planes, and other assets, close quote, with the goal of speeding up military decisions in both peace and wartime. The contract was awarded to Scale AI and other companies such as Anduril Industries and Microsoft by the Defense Innovation Unit, and it's intended to first be used with the U.S. Indo-PACOM and EUCOM, whatever those acronyms stand for. Additional investment from Meta. The company will remain as a standalone independent entity from Meta. The former CEO, Alexander Wang, took a top position inside Meta as part of the deal. Let's see if I added that. This is about Alexander Wang. So I don't think I have it in here. I'll tell you. Scale AI, before its Meta purchase, was valuated between $20 and $30 billion. Mark Zuckerberg swept in and scooped it up, half price. Did he want those contracts with all those entities that Scale AI had? Nope. So what did he want? He wanted Alexander Wang. Who's Alexander Wang? He's an American billionaire, entrepreneur, tech executive who serves as Meta's chief AI officer since 2025. He's also the co-founder and former CEO of Scale AI, an artificial intelligence company that provides data labeling and model evaluation services to develop AI applications. In 2021, he was the world's youngest self-made billionaire at 24. Forbes estimated his net worth at $3.6 billion as of April 2025. Early life. Wang was born in Los Alamos, New Mexico in January 1997. He is the son of Chinese immigrants who worked as physicists at the Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico. He briefly attended the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, before dropping out. He literally dropped out of MIT, got his stuff, got on a plane, flew to San Francisco, went and got a job at Y Combinator, created Scale AI, became the youngest self-made billionaire. Alexander Wang, Scale AI. This is from the Sean Ryan Show. I encourage you to go watch this video of Alexander Wang's interview with Sean Ryan. Scale AI provides high-quality training data for AI models serving clients. We've already got onto that. OpenAI, Microsoft, the U.S. Department of Defense. What you're going to see in all of these companies, the Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Twitter, YouTube, all of them, they're all constantly working together, contracting together, sharing information, selling information, trading information, doing all kind of crazy things. When you start looking at all the network of how these entities all transact, they all look like just one big organism, like, one big molecule with all the different stuff on it. It's really crazy. And this is the transcript, and I copied it word for word straight off YouTube. This is Sean Ryan. Alexander Wang, welcome to the show, man. Yeah, Alex. Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm not going to say their names. Sean, I'm excited. So am I. Like I was telling you at breakfast, I don't know a whole lot about tech, but ever since Joe came on, I've been trying to wrap my head around it all, and it's just a fascinating subject. I love talking about this subject now, so thank you for coming on. Alex, well, it's becoming so critical to national security, and this is the issue that they're going to use. National security, it's top secret, it's classified. You don't need to know what we're doing behind the scenes. I've highlighted the most important parts. So Sean, yeah, scares the shit out of me. In fact, we were just having a conversation downstairs about you having kids, and you were waiting, and Neuralink came up, and I had to pause the conversation. Dude, I'm like worried about Neuralink, but it sounds like you're pretty gung-ho about it. So yeah, a few things. So yeah, Alex. I mean, what I mentioned is basically, I want to wait to have kids until we figure out how Neuralink or other, it's called brain-computer interfaces, so other ways for brains to interlink with the computer until they start working, because there's a few reasons for this. First is in your 7 years, and this is he's a young kid, so his speech, he has a lot of uhs and pauses in it. 7 years of your life, your brain is more neuroplastic than at any other point of your life, like by an order of magnitude. So basically what he's saying is those first 7 years of life is when you really learn everything, when you're susceptible to knowledge and learning. So as he goes on, he states, I think when we get Neuralink and we get these other technologies, kids who are born with them are going to learn how to use them in crazy ways. Imagine that. He's already saying that it's going to be insane. And so what we need at some point is the ability to tap into AI ourselves, like we're going to need to bring biological life alongside all of the silicone-based or artificial intelligence, and we're going to want to be able to tap into that for our own sake, for humanity's sake. So eventually, I think we're going to need some interlink or hookup between our brains directly to AI and the internet. And all these things, and is potentially dangerous, and it's potentially, to your point, terrifying and scary. But we're just going to have to do it like AI is going to go like this. Humans are going to improve at a much slower rate, and we're going to need to hook up to that capability. So what they're saying is, hey, human evolution is just way too freaking slow. So we're going to speed things up, and we're going to put a biocomputer interface in you, and we're going to connect you to the internet and the Internet of Things. And most of you don't know that they consider human as things. That is an actually real definition of what they think of us. The useless eaters, the hoi polloi. We are things. If you look up what human beings are in Black's Law Dictionary, you will find out that we are what? Anybody know?
A little less than monsters.
Monsters. Absolutely.
You got an educated crowd here.
I do. Thank God. Preaching to the choir. Amen.
Several blocks.
Hallelujah.
I got a fourth edition in the car.
Not horrible.
Right.
Actually, it doesn't define human. It says that monster is a little less than human. So I don't think it does define human.
Yeah, you don't listen to human. I'll go get it.
It's defining
I'd like
human.
to see it.
I've been down that rabbit hole, and it's sad.
Do you want to be a man or a woman?
We can go to Russia. They clearly have that defined. But over here in the States, not so much.
No, it's the Bible. Bible defines a man and a woman,
Mhm.
and that's carried through to Black's Law Dictionary. If you look up man and woman, it
In
connects to the
Black's Law.
Bible.
In Black's Law, we'll have the right.
It's correct for man and
Oh, that's
woman,
very
Yeah.
interesting.
because you have to take a look first in law. So law, the first law is what law? What is the highest law?
God's law.
Which is natural.
Natural
they
law,
call
yeah.
natural law.
Sure.
Below natural law is what law?
Man's law.
Well, yeah, but of man's laws, there are many types of man's laws. What is the highest of man's law?
The law of war.
Treaty law. So everything is based upon treaties. That's why our absolute brilliant, let's say, founders, and I include Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson in this, because they colluded to totally screw the kings of England through their first treaty. So the treaty, Constitution, and when the war was ended, we owed them money.
Right.
They wanted their money, so they created a treaty, Treaty of Paris.
Right.
And it looks like we got totally screwed, but Franklin totally screwed them. He connected the payment of their money, that will not be questioned. The payment of their money was linked to the Constitution. So nobody can tear up the Constitution or they don't get paid.
Very good.
So that's why, and then they wrote all the treaties connected to the Constitution.
Mm.
That's why the Democrats today love to tear up the Constitution,
Oh, yeah.
but they can't because it means all the treaties are void.
Okay.
So that's why I'm saying Franklin and Jefferson totally screwed everybody that wanted to destroy the country by linking those documents.
Ah, that was
So
clever.
that's treaty law. It's the highest man's law.
Right.
Then below that is equity law. Below that is common law. And then there's admiralty and statutory law,
Right.
which we all believe we're in right now.
Pyramids upside down again. So Sean says, you're gung-ho about this stuff. Would you put it in? Talking about doing the Neuralink. Would you put it in your brain? Alex stated, I would put it in. But I would be, there's a few things that need to happen before I'd be willing to put it in first. I would really need to feel good about the cyber offense defense posture. Like I need to have really good confidence that I would be able to defend from any attacks, like any sort of cyber attacks. So basically what he's telling you is if they put this brain interface and he's connected to the internet, that somebody might try to hack him or send a Trojan horse into him and corrupt him. And then he's got to be reset. So he's not going to have kids until this develops.
Who is that, Alex?
Alexander Wang. He is now the.
Kids until it's.
Pardon me?
He says he's not gonna have kids until it's.
He's not going to have children until there is some type of brain interface machine.
so we can put it in its kit.
Absolutely. So they can speed up evolution.
Right.
Okay. Black's Law. These are the people that are going to lead our future. How many people are subscribed to Facebook? This,
Unfortunately,
yeah. And
but not this stuff on it.
this is the lead for Mark Zuckerberg, Meta's super intelligence group. He is the CEO, Alexander Wang. This is what this kid wants to do. This is going to be one of the future leaders in technology. Why does Mark Zuckerberg have a $100 million signing bonus to poach engineers from other AI technologies? And I'm going to get into that and answer that question for you. He further states, but I think the actual end game is that we figure out how to upload our consciousness from our meat brains into a computer. This is what this kid wants to do. But what he doesn't know is this is already occurring. He's just, he doesn't know the right people in the industry that are already doing this. He further states, let's say we're sitting here, it's like 50 years from now and this technology exists, and you're asking the question, and I'm skipping all the us, people are going to upload their consciousness. Well, first off, there's a lot of people who naturally would, like people with terminal illnesses, people near death, people who are like very fringe, like experimenting with this new technology. There will be a class of people who will initially just do it. Then as it starts to happen, they'll upload their consciousness. Like if you have a digital, you have the sort of like digital intelligence there, it's true immortality. That's the closest thing you'll get to true immortality. I think it's going to become like once the technology exists, when it exists, it's probably going to become a very natural path for most humans to go down. This is what this kid is talking about. This is the group of the super intelligence for AI. Here's Meta's $1 million signing bonuses for OpenAI staff. Sam Altman, OpenAI CEO, said on an episode of Uncapped that Meta had been making giant offers to a lot of people on our team, some totaling $100 million signing bonuses, and that more than that in compensation per year. So not only were they getting just $100 to sign their name with the contract to go work for Meta, they also got this probably enormous salary that's ridiculous. Yeah, right? Yeah, where are we getting that line? This has kicked Zuckerberg into overdrive and reportedly led to the CEO to personally recruit for a new 50-person superintelligence AI team at Meta. And it goes into the $15 billion scale AI purchase. This is an article about Mark Zuckerberg. Legal battles for a million-strong signature campaign could not stop Mark Zuckerberg from slowly buying a mind-boggling 2,300 acres on Hawaii's Kauai Island and building tunnels, tree houses, and a doomsday bunker. In 2014, Mark Zuckerberg arrived in Hawaii with a checkbook and a vision. He began by purchasing 700 acres of oceanfront land on Kauai's North Shore for $100 million. That marked the start of what would become one of the most controversial land acquisitions in modern Hawaiian history. A decade later, the Meta CEO has steadily, quietly expanded his footprint to over 2,300 acres, building a high-tech private compound so massive it rivals the island's annual operating budget in value. And I'm going to get on to some more insanity. A petition to stop Mark Zuckerberg from acquiring land in Hawaii got more than 1 million signatures. Zuckerberg's estate is more than expansive, it's fortified. I don't know how to pronounce that. Koalu Ranch is a self-sustaining fortress. Self-sustaining fortress, outfitted with its own water, food, and energy infrastructure. Permits and drone imagery reveal 2 massive mansions connected by underground tunnels, several guest houses, a gym, a tennis court, even a disc-shaped tree houses suspended in the forest. The centerpiece is a 5,000 square foot underground bunker complete with blast-resistant doors and a tunnel with a hidden escape hatch. Jesus Christ, wouldn't we all like to live in a 5,000 square foot house, right? That's his bunker. If one billionaire can use his wealth to slowly absorb an entire coastline, what stops others from following? Or like Larry Ellison, one island at a time, who owns 98% of the island of Lanai. That's what these billionaires do. Larry Ellison is the second wealthiest person in the world. Mark Zuckerberg, I think, is number 3. And what the fuck news, as David Rodriguez likes to say, and pardon my French, Mark Zuckerberg's stunning $330 million super yacht fleet is being refueled and restocked in Syracuse, Italy, to meet the Facebook co-founder at a secret location. These people have no idea how we live, how we survive. They're on a completely different level. Noel and I had a discussion this morning. He believes that they want more money. My opinion, they want more power.
And my answer
That's my
was,
belief.
money is power.
He says money is power, and I would agree with that statement.
They just want less of us.
But when you're worth $284 billion and you can buy an entire island, you can build a 5,000 square foot bunker with tunnels.
What happens there, they want more money so they can buy the earth.
They may not have to buy it. It may just be handed right to them.
See, we think normal, they don't think normal. They get so obsessed that they're like almost like possessed with this idea of money.
The underground bunkers, the Amazon series Fallout. Has anybody watched Fallout on Amazon Prime? I encourage you all to go watch that if you haven't, or at least go catch a trailer or get the synopsis, but I'm going to give it to you. Fallout is set in the year 2296, 219 years after the Great War of 27-7, which killed the vast majority of humanity in a nuclear holocaust. It is heavily implied that Fallout begins near the end of 2096, as the terminal mentions in its 2297 by episode 5, and Lucy mentions the same episode that had been a rough week. But during the Great War, some citizens of pre-war America managed to survive the war in vaults, massive fallout shelters constructed by Vault Tech Corporation across the United States, and Fallout focuses on their descendants. So basically, these people have been generationally in these underground bunkers for like centuries. They have no clue what the topographical geography or whatever it looks like. So this one girl goes out, boom. She's susceptible to the elements, and it's the hero's journey, basically. So that's what Fallout's all about. So obviously in movies and television, they're telling us what our future could possibly be or could be.
Some of that actually comes from leaked information because there is an entire underground system of transportation and cities built by the TBM.
Yep. The dumbs and the tunnels. Artificial intelligence can be categorized into different types based on its capability and functionality. Here are the main types. Types of AI based on capability. You have narrow AI, which is a weak AI, general AI, super intelligent AI. Types of AI based on functionality. You have reactive machines, limited memory AI, theory of mind AI, self-aware AI. Additional types: generative AI, predictive AI, assistive AI, conversational AI. So all these are different types of AIs. Most of the AIs that y'all interact with, Grok, Chat GPT, all of these AIs are basically search engines on steroids. They just scrape it. Now, when you start getting those paid subscriptions, you bump up and you get a little bit more access to more databases and stuff like that, to different types of AIs. So the issue is that most people, not everybody, most people think that there's only one type of AI, and that's the AI that they're interacting with on their laptop or device, Chat GPT. They have no idea that there's other AIs out there that a lot of it's in China, that there are no regulations. They want to be the supremacy in artificial intelligence technology as well as robotics. And I've always said this, keep your eye on Taiwan, okay? Because Taiwan is the epicenter for AI and robotics in the world, period, end of story. It is the jewel of AI. Pay attention to it. Don't take your eye off Taiwan. It's going to be a huge,
Is that why China wants to take it over?
partially.
China has actually harvested a number of their citizens to get brain matter and have it combined with AI, et cetera. Yeah, if they've done stuff that it just blow you ever little bit.
Anthropic releases AI models exclusive to U.S. national security customers. And what they've done is Claude Gov. That has been adopted by agencies at the highest level of U.S. national security. Claude Gov. I want you to remember that. I'm going to dive in and I'm going to show you what AI is already doing. Okay. This is the AI that's in charge of our national security, governed by the Department of Commerce.
Yeah.
Anthropic previously partnered with big data analytics service company Palantir Technologies Incorporated and Amazon Web Services Incorporated to provide its Claude model family to U.S. intelligence and defense agencies in November. Do you see the connections between these big corporations? Who owns Amazon? Jeff Bezos, one of the 10 wealthiest persons in the world. Do you see a pattern here as I start talking about all these wealthiest people in the world that have surrounded themselves around Trump? You can do your own research on Palantir Technologies. That's Peter Thiel. Go do your research on Peter Thiel. I had it here, but it's not here. So I think I am done with
Jeff
that.
Bezos financed a bunch of woke stuff. Jeff Bezos basically, he financed getting Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts together. Girls could join. You know, girls have a right to be girls, boys have a right to be boys, but not with Jeff Bezos. They just throw them all together. Jeff won't fill it. Jeff Bezos is the head news bear.
Where? I have it in the other tab. Let's
But when he started doing what he did, I quit dealing with Amazon. I don't buy things from him.
let's watch.
Interestingly enough, they bought all the commercial vehicles, the vans,
Yep.
in 2019. So when the other companies like UPS and FedEx, there was no vehicles for them to buy when the packages went in. Obviously, they knew it was coming.
Yeah, we bought 100,000 advance just before COVID.
Yeah. And I
Kind of like it
warned,
was planned, didn't it?
and I tried to warn everybody if they were gonna bring COVID in, because we had COVID during Vietnam.
Or-
But they didn't know if they figured it would affect our people too. And then I finally realized, hey, we leave our lab clothes inside. We go through the shower, we go outside, grab our street clothes, none of us ever got COVID. So steam kills COVID. Breathe steam every 2 or 3 days and you'll never
You
get it.
can't say that on YouTube.
Oh, I didn't know you were being.
You cannot. Nothing cures anything on YouTube.
Yeah, okay.
No such thing. Doesn't exist. Remember when I told you about free speech? We had that discussion.
Yeah, I didn't know you were.
Can't say that.
Okay.
Can't say it on YouTube.
Right.
Yeah.
They'll take your video down and give you a strike. So you're 1 week ban. If you have 2 strikes, 2 week ban. 3 strikes, 3 weeks. 4 strikes, you're out of there. They
Yeah.
take all your data off YouTube and you can't get it.
Sounds like soft police or something.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I had this video pulled up. Here we go. Share my screen.
So today, President Trump is set to unveil the long-awaited intelligence action plan. He called So today, President Trump is set to unveil the long-awaited artificial intelligence action plan he called for at the beginning of his term, titled Winning the AI Race, a race the president has made clear the U.S. can't lose.
China and other countries are racing to catch up to America, having to do with AI, and we're not going to let them do it. We have the great chips, we have the great everything, and we're going to be fighting them in a very friendly fashion. I have a great relationship with President Xi, and we smile at the back and forth, but we are leading.
Simeon Bochev is a former AI executive at Apple who will be attending the AI summit. The president will be
$1 billion at least in AI infrastructure.
The data centers are actually under construction. The first of them are under construction in Texas, the Abilene location, which is our first location.
Abilene is a town on the western central plains of Texas. We kind of scratch and fight for everything good that comes our way.
I had people reaching out and they said, well, is the president going to come see you? And I said, well, he hasn't texted me yet. So
I'm thrilled we get to do this in the United States of America. I think this will be the most important project of this era.
Welcome to Abilene, Texas. This is the site of Project Stargate, a very mysterious, much talked about, much speculated about project that brings together OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle. If it all comes together, building after building on this red dirt behind me will be filled with chips that'll power the AI revolution.
What we're undergoing right now is sort of the largest infrastructure build in human history. It's going to create new ways of doing business. It's going to create new ways of invention, and it's going to really drive humanity forward.
I was in the real estate business. These buildings, these are big, beautiful buildings. They're going to employ a lot of people.
How do you personally grapple with the pace of it all?
It does feel like it's going very fast. I certainly think if I could transport myself back 3 years ago, it would seem like unimaginable progress.
This is amazing, explosive growth of intelligence that's coming in our decade. Everything will change.
When Stargate was first announced, there was a lot of skepticism. A lot of people thought it's just too big to be true. So this is your very first look. Hello.
Hey, Emily.
Thank you so much for having us.
Welcome to Abilene.
It's so awesome to be here.
Yeah.
It's all happening.
I know.
How many people are on this site?
Today we have about 2,200 people on site.
The guy at the heart of the Stargate build in Abilene is Chase Lockmiller. He's the founder of Crusoe, the little-known data center startup overseeing this massive project.
We started construction here last June of 2024. This was just a complete barren field.
So
right?
there was nothing here in June?
There were a bunch of mesquite trees and bushes and brush.
Stargate is so mysterious. What actually is happening here?
What will eventually be here is 8 separate buildings, all containing very large clusters of fully interconnected GPUs.
Yeah.
We're going to do a tour of some of that. This is going to get us around the whole 1,200-acre campus.
Hey, we're going on an adventure.
It's like getting around Jurassic Park.
I love that.
All right, let's go off-roading.
I feel like we're going on a data center safari.
It is much like a data center safari.
Crusoe's 8 planned buildings will hold up to 400,000 chips, which would make this one of the world's largest known compute clusters. The partners behind Stargate, OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank, have committed $100 billion to the project so far, and claim they're prepared to put in 5 times that as they expand to multiple sites. This first site in Abilene has been dubbed Project Ludicrous, as in
Ludicrous speed. Ludicrous speed.
which is appropriate. The whole thing is supposed to be done by mid-2026.
Are you round the clock, 24 hours a day?
We're round the clock. It is very much a 24/7 operation. We're trying to deliver on the fastest schedule that a 100 megawatt or greater data center has ever been built.
So why the ludicrous rush? Well, because Stargate is part of a much larger AI race. Companies like Microsoft, Meta, Google, Amazon, and xAI are all building AI data centers of their own at sites across the US and beyond. Each company wants to have the most capable AI being used by the most people, and they've committed tens of billions of dollars to make it happen.
There's no reason we won't scale up our computing 100,000 times in a few years.
I'm good for my 80 billion. I'm going to spend $80 billion building out Azure.
The downside of being behind is that you're out of position for the most important technology for the next 10 to 15 years.
But beyond just making better AI, many tech leaders want to be the first to create AGI, artificial general intelligence, a super smart agent that can think and learn just like a human, if not better. Large language models like ChatGPT have gotten more capable as the technology's evolved, so the hope is that adding an astronomical amount of compute will make them even more capable.
Take me back to the beginning before Stargate. What did you start seeing that made you realize we need more compute, more power, more connectivity, that you were hitting a limit and needed to scale?
We used to think a lot about the compute we would need to train the models. And what we didn't used to think about as much as how much people were going to use these models. I mean, we did think about it. It just turned out people want to use the models much more than we imagined. And a couple of years ago, maybe after the launch of GPT-4 in ChatGPT, it really started to hit oh man, this is gone from a lot of compute to like the biggest infrastructure project in history. And out of that emerged Stargate.
Why call it Stargate?
It began as a code name, and sometimes code names stick.
But it means something, right?
The design of one of the very early layouts of a data center looked a little bit like Stargate from the show.
How did
I know my. Sorry, I forgot to turn it back on. That's why I have two things muted. This isn't my setup. I'm using somebody else's setup, so that's why the technical stuff I'm jumping around moving. But anyway, that's what they want to do. Let me get over here. Let me show y'all this cat. Sasha, be good.
Floyd, she said no sound again.
Yeah. get back on. So as you see, that's the Unitree. The Unitree unit is available, I think, under $20,000, if not 10 now. And of course, it's scaled for production. If you want to see that particular, the Unitree Android robot, they have one walking around Austin, Texas, with a cowboy hat. Just walking around in the public. Just walking around. Going, howdy. Yeah. What they're doing is trying to acclimate people in society to what's coming in the future. I don't know if y'all know this, but they have automated taxis, Tesla taxis in Austin. And they initially started out $4.20 per ride. I don't know why he chose $4.20. But that has increased. I think they're like $5 and something. But that's coming. The children that are born in 2020 and on, they're going to be digital children, 100% digital. They're not going to know how to read. They're not going to know how to write. They're not going to know how to do math. They're not going to know how to cook. They're not going to know how to drive a car. Because
They're saying.
my microphone's on.
People in the chat are saying.
Pardon?
People in the chat are saying it's not on.
That my microphone's not on?
There's no sound.
That's weird.
Could be AI interference.
Yeah. It says my microphone's hot.
Katie Hopkins has a defense against things like that. Cameras, get some spray foam, expanding foam, spray the cameras, spray how they detect, cover that with spray foam, expands and makes them useless.
Makes what useless? The robots?
The robots,
Yeah.
cameras, whatever,
We're going to have to figure out a way to defeat these things.
that expand foam
Well, they're going to use LiDAR.
for like constructing, filling.
They have radar, LiDAR, infrared. Basically, yeah. When I ask these engineers, all the accessories, basically the dog is just a unit, just a robot. You have the operating system that sits on top. That's what I discussed with the IBM engineers. Then you can attach any type of accessory you want to: machine gun, LiDAR, radar, optics, cameras, video cameras, still cameras. You know, your imagination's really your only limitation to what you can add as an attachment and accessory to the RoboDog. But like I said, the children born are going to be completely different. We're not even going to be able to relate to them because they're going to be just on a different level. As we already know, we can't really hardly communicate with Gen Z. They're all dumb as a box of rocks. You talk to them, you're just like, Jesus Christ. It's incredible. And this is the dumbing down of society. And they're purposely doing this. They want to keep everybody dumb and stupid so they can control everybody.
You actually considering to be able to produce?
To reproduce? I don't know. But I watched a video, I can't even remember who it was, the other day, and they were talking about birth rates. J.J. Carroll. He is, I don't know if he still is, but he was partnered with Ryan Mata, and I discussed this earlier. Ryan made his money in the Bitcoin era. During the last administration with all the human trafficking, he went and started down in Central America and did the whole way up. Along the way, he went to Guatemala, met with the Guatemalan Attorney General. The Guatemalan Attorney General gave him a letter to give to Ken Paxton, the Texas Attorney General, basically stating that children from Guatemala were being human trafficked, but were repeatedly raped of all ages, both genders, from Guatemala all the way into Texas, and would you please stop it? And Ken Paxton ignored that. Ignored it. just like my affidavit of treason against the state. All that was about illegal immigration, human trafficking, sex, drugs, rock and roll, you name it. They ignored it. They're culpable. They want this to happen. I illustrated earlier what I thought. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You have my number. You can call me 9 to 9 anytime. If you have questions about the book, whatever, I'll talk to you. Yeah, you're more than welcome. It's all about education. Thank you for coming. Where was that?
Ken Paxton.
Ken Paxton. Oh, yeah. Just like with the affidavit of treason, they allowed all this illegal immigration. Now, it is of my opinion, and I'm sure many people will disagree with me on this, that I akin all governments to like a hot rod motor, and most of you grew up at the time when we had classic cars, hot rod motors. And it doesn't matter whether you have a Holly car, Carter, Rochester, whatever name brand you want. You can put a carburetor on there, and if all the parts function, that motor is going to do what it's supposed to do, right? Regardless of what brand name you have on there. It's the same thing with the government. You put Obama, you put Trump, Biden, Clinton, Nixon, all down the line. They're just all seamless. It's the motor humming and running. Sometimes it runs great. Sometimes it runs not so great. But we're going to get where we need to go. And it may not be beneficial to us. So it is my opinion that they allowed, and I don't know who they is, but they allowed the Biden administration to be so horrific that you could have put a remote control up against the Biden and Harris ticket and the remote would have won by default. But they allowed all the illegal immigration. And for those of you who don't know what illegal immigration looks like, I'm from Houston, Texas, Harris County, not far from the border. The high school I graduated with is GC Scarborough High School. It was an all-white middle-class neighborhood. In fact, in 1980, when I graduated, we were busing blacks into the school that were at all black schools because sports was so competitive that they couldn't even play. So they would bus over to our school because we were so small, they could play. They could start on varsity. And if you're not familiar with what 5A is, that was the top tier athletics in the state of Texas. We were in that category. Most of the Hispanics were generational Mexicans that, had migrated back and forth. My family did it. My father was born in Laredo, Texas. His father was born on the reservation in Oklahoma. So what we have accumulated as far as illegal immigration over 4 to 5 decades in Houston, Texas, most people got 4 short years and were just appalled at all this travesty and all this state, county, city money going to support these illegal immigrants. So when I did a demographics of GC Scarborough High School, of what it liked, and I think the latest I could get was like 2013, maybe 2014. So this all-white middle-class high school, subdivisions surrounding it, where you could go look at the band picture because that was the biggest body in the school, and you see all these white faces and a couple little black dots here and there, but for the majority, mostly white. That school today, well, as of 2013, 2014, is 70% Hispanic, 20% black, 10% other. That's what illegal immigration looks like over decades. Now, when those illegal immigrants got here, we all know they got here as young as possible and they started dropping babies like there's no tomorrow, like they have an unlimited source of money to support these children, okay? Well, they were born in the United States, so birthright citizenship, they're U.S. citizens. So imagine coming over here, 20 years old, boom, you drop some kids 15 years later, so that puts us at the year 2000. So now Those children are having children, so we're in the third generation. So that second generation, they're incorporated into our society. So how are we going to find these illegal immigrants to deport them? Because now you have to go into the databases of every county, every state Department of Health and Human Services, and search the birth records. They got to search birth certificates. If you've ever dealt with Texas Health and Human Services, which I have, I've been to Austin, been to multiple locations, all the birth certificate process, it's tedious, it's difficult. Tara Doss is the state registrar. She's the one who signs the birth certificates. I went there physically and said, hey, can I have an appointment? Can I go see Tara Doss? No. What do you mean? I'm in the building. She's in the building, right? She's in Austin? Nope, can't see her. Can I make an appointment? No. What? Yeah. Honest God's truth. So the only way humanly possible to dig through all those databases to find out who is here under birthright citizenship, born to illegal immigrants, came into this country illegally, AI. National security. How are they going to enforce that? So now we know who the people are. Now we got to find the people that this birth certificate goes to that was born of illegal immigrants. Biometrics, facial recognition. It's coming. This is what they're going to do. They're using national security. They're going to use the immigration crisis. They're going after all the big suspects. Exactly. And it's coming to the United States. And like I said, and I preface this, I don't know if Trump, it's his agenda, his family's agenda, or his advisor's agenda, or if he's compromised and he's being forced to do it. I don't know the answer to that. All I know is this is what I see coming in the future. And it is like Sean Ryan says, it's scary as shit. It's terrifying of what they're going to do. And when you watch Sabrina Wallace's video and see the technology that they've been using for a decade, it's really terrifying.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to do is just put the surface on here to show all of you exactly what they're doing today, what's available right now. You know, I'm not making any of this up, obviously.
They're doing about the airport too. And idiots are just lining up and letting them take the picture again.
Floyd, the biggest problem in that deal you just talked about, that's the clause I mentioned yesterday that's in the MJ-12 contract. He can't be prosecuted for anything. And that's why even the president called me, sir, because literally if one of the 12 or number 13 go in and gives the president an order and he doesn't do it, they could literally kill him on the spot and be immune from prosecution.
MJ contract.
Are all of them still alive? Oh, the MJ-12 is ongoing. They set themselves up. They set themselves up to be self-perpetuating. Another one takes place.
In the year 2025, we stand on the threshold of a new era, an era in which intelligence is no longer an exclusively human gift. Companies across the globe, from the United States to China, are racing to create artificial minds that will not just assist humans, but exist as autonomous entities capable of thinking, feeling, and acting. At the very heart of this technological revolution is the company NVIDIA. The same NVIDIA that once made graphics cards for gamers is now developing the most powerful artificial intelligence chip for robots, a platform that, according to its developers, is intended to make machines smarter than humans. And this is not science fiction, it has already begun. This new chip bears the codename Project Helios. At its core is the Blackwell architecture, combining incredible computational power with minimal latency and embedded neural network models. It is not just a processor, it is a brain capable of analyzing situations in real time, learning, making decisions, and acting autonomously. NVIDIA is building the foundation for robots that can not only execute commands but think. This chip is intended for a new wave of humanoid robots, industrial automatons, autonomous drones, military platforms, and even home assistants. The learning speed of such systems is astounding. When connected to neural network cluster platforms such as DGX Cloud, the new chip allows a robot to learn in a matter of days what would take a human years to master. The robot does not merely memorize commands, it understands context, adapts to changes, and learns from mistakes. And this is not just theory. In NVIDIA's laboratories, prototypes of androids are already being tested, capable of driving cars, making coffee, conversing, cleaning homes, and even caring for elderly people, with empathy and adaptive behavior. But NVIDIA is not the only player in this field. Startups across China, especially in Shenzhen, are building their own humanoid prototypes using these chips: robot waiters, robot secretaries, robot police officers. The government is actively investing in the creation of a full-fledged robot society that will work, patrol the streets, and even teach children. In South Korea, Japan, and Germany, ultra-intelligent systems capable of collective decision-making are being developed. Robots connected in a network can jointly solve complex problems, distribute roles, and adapt to conditions. These are no longer individual machines, but digital collectives with the intelligence level of a team of specialists. Such systems are being tested in manufacturing, warehouses, logistics, and even in healthcare. And we are already witnessing how artificial intelligence in robots is beginning to change our daily lives. For example, in Japanese hospitals, nurse robots monitor patient conditions, regulate room climate, deliver medications, and can even perform basic diagnostics. At Tesla and BMW factories, robots independently manage production lines, detect malfunctions, and eliminate them without human involvement. In supermarkets across the United States, assistant robots patrol aisles, maintain order, assist customers, and even perform real-time demand analysis. Devices of a new generation are already appearing in homes, from vacuum cleaners that build three-dimensional maps of the space and plan cleaning based on the resident's lifestyle, to home assistants that can read fairy tales to children, care for pets, and remind elderly people to take their medication. And all this is possible thanks to embedded artificial intelligence chips that allow the device not just to function, but to think. But what does this mean for us, as humans? On one hand, it is a revolution. Intelligent robots can free humanity from routine and dangerous work. They can save lives by providing assistance in emergencies, extinguishing fires, conducting search operations, and performing surgeries with a precision beyond human capability. But this coin has a dark side. As robot intelligence grows, one pressing question arises. Where is the line between machine and consciousness? If an artificial intelligence chip can make better decisions than a human, who will be held responsible for those decisions? Who will control the actions of an autonomous army of robots if it begins to act independently? And what if these machines decide that humans are the source of chaos and instability? Moreover, the introduction of intelligent robots poses a colossal threat to the labor market. Even today, robots are displacing workers in warehouses, banks, and call centers. Tomorrow they might take the place of programmers, lawyers, even doctors. Millions of people could be left without jobs unless a global retraining program is implemented. There is also the threat of control. In some countries, artificial intelligence robots are already being used for total surveillance. Cameras with artificial facial recognition, patrol robots in cities that scan citizens, analyze their behavior, and eavesdrop on conversations. All this can turn into a digital concentration camp, where a person is stripped of privacy and every action is judged by an algorithm. Nevertheless, humanity has no intention of stopping. NVIDIA has already announced that their next chip will feature quantum integration, enabling real-time artificial intelligence learning with multi-dimensional logic. Chinese corporations are working on a symbiosis of biological tissue and machines, cyborgs based on living neurons. And all this is expected within a 10-year horizon. Robots are becoming our companions, our workers, our conversational partners, and perhaps in the future, our friends or our enemies. The only question is whether we can build mutual trust with them. Or whether we, as a species, will be replaced by a more efficient and impartial intelligence, one we created with our own hands. Everything we are witnessing today is only the beginning. Intelligent robots are still learning to walk, to speak, to feel. But very soon, they will begin to participate in the governance of cities, the economy, the military. They will fight for us, build our homes, cure diseases, but at the same time, they will become a mirror of our own intelligence, our decisions, our fears. The new chip from NVIDIA may become the spark that triggers a chain reaction, and we will no longer be able to stop it. But perhaps that is the very essence of progress, to move forward, to take risks, to change everything, and to believe that intelligence, even artificial, will serve the good. One way or another, the era of intelligent machines has begun, and it will never end. Even today, major corporations are testing fully automated factories. In China, such facilities are called dark factories because there is not a single light on inside. There are only robots and no people. The control systems are artificial intelligence clusters powered by chips like those developed by NVIDIA. These systems have no vulnerability to fatigue, perceptual errors, or emotional burnout. They simply work, quickly, precisely, and without interruption. This leads to what is being called a reality divide. While one part of the world continues to operate under the traditional model of human work money, another part, connected to an artificial intelligence robotic infrastructure, will advance far beyond it. And people who are not integrated into this system will find themselves excluded from the new economy. The scenarios for the future
with what do they call that, remote viewing?
Yeah.
And they're,
And that means that.
communicating with them. And
Communicating, who's them?
the Galactics,
And I think it's gonna take every state on it.
supposedly.
Supposedly.
But I watched a girl from Canada, her channel's Elizabeth April,
Uh-huh.
and she went into Antarctica and she basically was seeing all this stuff. And she went to the Galactics and said, what the heck?
Right.
You know, are you gonna allow this?
Uh-huh.
Because you've already gone through it. We're here, you know, and we gotta figure out a way to survive this.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then you gotta pay, there's a paywall, so you gotta watch, pay to, and you watch the part 2, which-
Yeah, I'll probably go broke doing this. Go bankrupt.
No, I don't do paywall, but
Right.
she's called Elizabeth April, she's in Canada.
Some of you follow the RV, correct?
Yeah,
Okay, so do y'all know who Mike Barra and Gentel is?
Gentle, yeah.
Jennifer,
Plano.
yeah. Okay. Allegedly, she talks to St. Michael, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, I have a viewer. She lives in Cypress, Texas. I'm not going to name her name, but she consistently sends me this information. Benjamin Fulford, Nassar Jassara, RFK or JFK Jr. from all these different telegrams and different other sources that have all that information in it. So when she told me that, hey, Floyd, next week, you're not going to worry about a thing. I'm like, I'm not. Yeah. St. Michael told Jennifer that the RV's happening Tuesday.
Yeah, I know. Well, I've been following her, yeah.
And I'm like, I asked the
Because
question,
they keep,
are you sure she's not hearing voices in her head? No, she's actually talking to St. Michael. I said, okay. So this woman, her air conditioner has been out in June. So she went all the way into July without an air conditioner in Houston, Texas, waiting on the RV. Yeah. And when I hear stuff like that, I have to question it because I don't see the reality. I've had so much disinformation, misinformation that, yeah, the galactics and those, Supreme Council or whatever it looks like. Stop. I don't see it. I live in reality, fact-based.
but according to Jennifer Flaw, that they're being held up. And every time she gets when they give her a prediction, they say, unless it's being blocked or whatever. And evidently they keep blocking it.
They keep blaming it on Trump.
Yeah.
Trump's holding it up.
For 15 years.
Yeah.
Every day it's gonna happen tomorrow. It's gonna happen
So
tomorrow.
Right.
I tuned all those people out. I don't listen to none of them.
I take it with a grain of salt.
I always say we're gonna get our money off our birth certificate too. There's a maximum law that says that which one creates, one controls, so you're gonna be controlled even if you get the money. They're gonna take you out.
What they play on, see, is that's gonna happen tomorrow, but guess what? When tomorrow comes, it's no longer tomorrow, it's today.
Tomorrow never dies.
Even if you got the money, you'd be killed within a week. You'd be killed.
So-
Or you're gonna take the vaccine or the chip to get it.
Right.
And they had the chip actually back in the 70s.
Mute
Less
there.
than a mosquito bite.
Here.
They could put it in your neck and it could tell them absolutely everything about you, what you're doing, where you are, everything. Locate you, everything.
I kind of think Jared Kushner is the Antichrist. Jared Kushner? That's in my.
I don't know who.
Jared Kushner? Trump's son-in-law?
Oh, okay.
I mean, his business is 666 Fifth Street.
Right.
Why would you want your business making chips for people?
And
All right, this is Stanford University.
I'm not taking it.
Stanford University. Stanford Medicine. This is from July 29th, 2025, very recently. Researchers create virtual scientists to solve complex biological problems. Stanford Medicine. Researchers created, thank you, Jerry, created a team of virtual scientists backed by artificial intelligence to help solve problems in their real-world lab. So basically, they're creating labs of artificial intelligence, and the artificial intelligence is the scientists. So what, as I said, we're surrendering our humanity for convenience, and it comes in incremental steps. And it is so slow and incremental that over the long haul, we just, it's like looking at yourself at 18, looking at yourself at 80. You don't see yourself age, but that's what we're doing. And that's what they're leading us to. So all these, of course, MIT, Stanford, Rice University, University of Houston, that's where they discovered buckyballs. So these colleges, back in 1999, I was Senior Executive Vice President of Development for the Signature Development Corporation. And in that role, I was required to locate and find certain things that actually everything. But in that, we were purchasing 25,000 acres, and the CEO wanted to establish some type of security perimeter where we didn't have to man it with people. So I found this smart fence. This is 1999, okay? A smart fence. It was produced by the Penn State University Department of Defense Naval Research Laboratory. So what does Floyd do? I called him. And we had a nice long conversation. I got off the record stuff. And this is some of the stuff they were doing in 1999. They had the technology then to use a microphone to where a governmental vehicle or military vehicle could pull up to a gate, whatever, and by the signature of the exhaust, it would know that this vehicle should pass. Yeah. So the smart fence technology basically was just like the regular cyclone chain link fences you see everywhere. And then at the top, it had this tension wire around it. The tension wire was hooked up to a computer that would be able to detect vibrations. So they calibrated it with, a known 20-pound dog, a known 200-pound human. And they programmed the algorithms in it, which would be the gait, the weight, the frequency of the vibrations, and that's how they calibrated it. So they would know if it was a human approaching the fence, an animal, dog, cat, something of substantial weight by the vibration in that tension wire. So the technology that they're using and that they have, we don't even know about it. And it's incredible. And that was 1999. And in doing that, I'll tell you what I invented and never got to do it because I went to prison. Tablet menus, where you go into a restaurant and you just pick up a tablet instead of a menu. And if you want to see all the ingredients of the lasagna and you want to see all the nutritional value, just like an app. You don't need a waitress. You don't need a waiter. You don't need a busboy. Just everything in the app.
They're kind of doing it now.
They are now, and it's 25 years later.
Yeah.
But I had invented that in 1999, and I invented it for the corporation because we were building this just over the frickin' top place. I mean, it was going to be the world's largest golf and tennis resort with a city built on Italian architecture with Italy-built gondolas to go around this moat of these 4 5-star hotels that were all designer hotels. One would be the Armani Hotel, the Ralph Lauren Hotel, Calvin Klein Hotel, et cetera, et cetera. So it was just this huge, everything he sent me to, here, go find 50,000 6 to 8 inch oak trees. What? Go find me 1 million square feet of travertine. At the time, I had no idea what travertine was. So I called my stone guy, say, hey, I need 1 million square feet of travertine. Oh, you're going to have to buy a mine. What? I don't know anything about buying a mine. If you bought every harvested travertine in the world, you would not have 1 million square feet. I'm like, oh, so we got to go buy. Where do I go to buy a travertine? Well, I'll take you. There's a couple of places we can go. I'm like, boy, this shit's crazy. So I called some tree farms. I need, 50,000 6 to 8 inch oak trees. Can't help you. Well, where would I go? You're not going to get it. If you bought every oak tree in the United States of America, you wouldn't even come close to having that many. And that's all the tasks that he gave me that were just so grandiose. I was like, God, dude, you're asking the impossible. So in that role, I learned a lot and talked to a lot of different people. And that helped me today to, pick up the phone and call them, find out who they are. So that's how I base my information. It's not like I'm just reading this stuff on the internet or taking everybody's word for granted. I like to go to the source and talk to these people in person. It's like David Nino Rodriguez. Okay. I've been trying to get a hold of that guy for a hot minute. I sent him my treason for affidavit of treason against the state. He didn't reply. So through a new mutual third party, I can now call David Nino Rodriguez anytime I want, but I don't. He's a very busy man. But there's a lot of that going on. Just like when I came up here for the event, the El Magador jacket signing, I wanted to integrate myself in the community, meet the movers and shakers, met Wano Saban right there. Mel was sitting there, I was sitting there. Right here in this room, and I heard the most crazy, outlandish stories. Marilyn Monroe's still alive, folks, according to everything I heard there. I heard some wild stories. And that's a funny story in of itself. God, I forgot all about that. Press for time. When I came in, they were assigning numbers to people who would see 107. My number was 48. And I didn't even pay attention to it because I didn't even want to talk to Juan. I didn't even really want to meet him. Somebody asked me to ask him a question because they knew I was coming. So at 3:45 in the morning, Sunday morning, from the Saturday event, me and Mama Mel are over there kicking it. And we come over here and we sit down. Everybody's gone except Doug, Kiki, Chris Eriks, a.k.a. Baby Trump, me, Mel, and Juan. So I asked my question first, get it out of the way. Boom, I got my answer. Mel went and so we walked out of here at 4:30 a.m. Sunday morning, had to be back here again at 1. So when I walked in the door, there was a tall bar stool over here. And I went and sat over there because Juan was here. I could watch Juan. I could watch Chris over here. I could see Doug at the bar. I could see who's coming in. And this guy walked up to me. He goes, check this out. And he starts doing gematria. So I sat there for about an hour and I'm thinking, is there a point to this? Is he going somewhere? Because, it doesn't seem like there's an end coming. And I'm like, man, I really got to pee. So I'm going to give this guy another 30 minutes or so. I'll go pee. So I'm sitting there, just like really paying attention because I'm trying to see if I should stay, if there's a point to this. So about 30 minutes into it, I got like, okay, kind of take a breather. And I'm surrounded by women sitting in chairs. They all just like pull up a chair. And the whole time he's talking to me, he's brushing people off. He doesn't want to hear anything from anybody. He's just giving me this one-on-one tutorial on gematria for hours. I got a 4-hour personal one-to-one tutorial with negative 48.
Oh.
Had no idea who he was. So I got that, and I was like, okay, wow. And then I found out who he was, and eventually we went back to that back bench back there and sat and kicked it. And I met his assistant. I don't remember her name now, and didn't think anything of it. So that night or that morning, when we went back to the hotel, it's 4:30 in the morning. By the time I got back, it's 5. I'm like, I gotta get back over there again. I'm emptying out my pockets. And this little orange piece of paper fell out. That's the number that they gave me. I'm like, oh, I didn't even use that. And it's been over, so I can't see the whole number. I just opened it up and glanced at it. Guess what number it was?
48.
Exactly. So the following day when I came back, we sat back on that back bench, and I don't remember the guy's name, but he took a picture of me and negative 48 together with me holding up the 48. I don't know if y'all believe in coincidences or serendipity or whatever it was, but that's what happened. Nobody here knew who the hell I was. They didn't know it. I'm sure none of them ever heard of Fearless Floyd or Floyd. So it was that was a real unique experience. And he sat back there and he told me just this crazy, insane stuff, just like for hours. And I was just like, okay.
What did you say it was called?
What was his name for that?
Negative 48.
Negative 48, Michael Propsman. Yeah. And of course, when I came here, everybody's like, oh, Wano Saban's a fake. He's a man in a fat suit and blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. So let me clarify there for you, okay? Because when the community that I was in at the time, they're all hitting me up, texting me, emailing me, he's a fake, he's a fraud, he's in a fat suit, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. And then they all hit me up about -48. He's a womanizer. He takes all these women and he goes and have sex with them. And I'm like, okay, I'll keep my eye on him tomorrow. Yeah. So
No sinks in the gym.
Well, he was supposed to be JFK Jr. too, in a fake suit,
Or his brother.
right. So when I sat in front of the next day, I see Juan. Okay, Juan sat here, cowboy boots, blue jeans, belt buckle, long sleeve shirt, El Magador jacket, cowboy hat, sitting in this room just like we are right now. For I don't know what time the event started. I think like 1 o'clock. We went till 4:30 the next morning.
Wow.
He sat here and talked to everybody here.
Wow.
Everybody. Like I said, I was second to last. Mel was last. Yeah. Never broke a sweat. Did multiple interviews with Nino Rodriguez on the other side while this was going on. He'd take a break. He'd go over there and, oh, Nino, blah, 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 and he's walking around, showing the gallery like he does. He never shows his face. Is it a man in a fat suit? Hell no. Absolutely freaking not. Was -48 a womanizer? Absolutely not. I never saw him hit on a woman. And there were tons of them here. He could have easily took back to that bathroom, knocked him out, and come out here. Because I've seen it happen. No, literally. Because when Tommy Morrison won the World Heavyweight Championship and Rocky had just come out, unknowing to me, I was friends with his business partner and best friend. And I got invited. Well, we were going to South Padre for spring break anyway. I get there and I go to John's condo, knock on the door. Tommy Morrison answers the door. I'm like, are we at the right condo? Is John here? Yeah, come on in. I'm like, holy fuck. It's Tommy Morrison. What the hell? So when we went out later that night, it was like entourage. Everywhere we went, man, I mean, women were just surrounding us. And of course, I had my little harem with me, so I didn't participate in any of that. But when we went all these after-hour parties in these hotel rooms and wherever, just like I said, to the restroom, knocking them out one after another. So when he got HIV, to me, it was like, okay, no surprise there, I can see how he could potentially have caught that. So I've been around those kind of people. I've been around that. And it's really interesting to be able to do that. So I told everybody, I didn't see that. Absolutely not. Is Juan the real deal? I have no clue. But he's not a man in a fat suit. He is a real person. He's overweight, gregarious, has that hoarse voice. So
he's married now.
I have no idea. Yeah, I don't keep up with him. But back to AI. So, yeah, I had fun doing that. This one. Y'all ready for this one? We're fixing to take a ride. Y'all see what that says?
Surveillance for
National Wastewater Surveillance System. Wastewater sewage can be tested to detect traces of infection diseases circulating in a community, even if people don't have symptoms. You can use these data as an early warning that levels of infections may be increasing or decreasing in your community. This is how it works. You're over here in your sink, wash your hands, go to the toilet, goes through the sewer system, boom, they capture it, run it through their process, and test it. Nationally, wastewater viral activity levels for COVID-19, and this is from July 27, 2025 to August 2nd, 2025. How it works. There's the layout. You can all go to the cdc.gov website. Look at this for yourself. And as I was talking about Rice University, this is from April 7th, 2025. Rice researchers partnering with Houston Health Department on wastewater surveillance to stay ahead of the measles outbreak. Y'all remember that, right? Well, here they are. And this is what they're doing. And those are the people involved. They're running this program with Houston Wastewater Epidemiology Team. And Alexandra Becker, I have contacted her for an interview and she declined. This is on Stardust, microscale implants inside the brain to cure Parkinson's disease, which I've already covered. Organoid brain computers, organoid intelligence. Organoid brain computers, a new field known as organoid intelligence, OI, is emerging, aiming to develop biological computing systems using 3D cultures of human brain cells, specifically brain organoids, interfaced with computers and machine learning technologies. What could possibly go wrong with that? This approach leverages the self-assembled complex neural networks of brain organoids, which can contain myelinated axons and exhibit spontaneous electrophysiological activity and complex oscillatory behavior, making them superior to traditional 2D cell cultures, whatever those are, for computational purposes. The core of this system is the brain organoid, which performs computation with its learning potential enhanced by optimized cultural conditions and the integration of microfluidic systems for scalability and durability. Microfluidic. What are we made of? Water. Fluids. So there you go. There's more if you want to go read it. This is DARPA. I don't know if there's a date on this, but 6 paths to non-surgical future of brain-machine interfaces. May 19th. Oops. I don't know why this is kind of wonky. Team selected for DARPA's next generation non-surgical neurotechnology program will pursue a mix of approaches to developing wearable interfaces for communicating with the brain. That's May 20th, 2019. According to Sabrina Wallace, all these devices like Fitbits and things like that, they're actually looking into your bloodstream. That's how deep they go. But they're telling you they're just, keeping up with your biostatistics, right? And over the past 18 years, DARPA has demonstrated increasingly sophisticated neurotechnologies, which I've already covered. This is Trump's $90 billion influx into Pennsylvania for AI. Trump unveils $90 billion in energy and AI investments for Pennsylvania during summit in Pittsburgh. This is from July 15th, 2025. President Trump and many leaders in the country's largest technology and energy companies announced more than $90 billion in new investments from private companies for Pennsylvania on Tuesday. And this is going to happen across the country in almost every state. The reason, because these data centers require so much energy.
And water.
And water, yeah, absolutely. And very, very cold temperatures. Because what they're doing is they're creating a circuit board on the Earth. So when you look at the Stargate AI project from above at a eagle's eye view, it looks like a circuit board. I had the video pulled up. I wish I could get to it, but I lost all those. I had a video of a iPhone circuit board, and the person, I don't know what kind of microscope he had, but he put a human hair on it. And looking at it, he passed up the hair, which we know the width of a hair, and kept going and going and going and going and going and going. And he went like 30 levels to this chip that we don't have technology to make. And that's in an iPhone. And when you see this video, you're like, oh my God. I also had videos on synthetics, clones, where they did like if you go to a conference or like a boat show and they're showing all the boats, you go to a little booth and they're doing a little pitch, that kind of thing, where they have a catalog and you just going through it, picking out which synthetic you want to be in, which they call them sleeves. And they're humans that are created without a conscience in this little like soft egg incubating, and you get to pick out anybody you want. Upload your conscious and download your conscious into this new body. If you want to be a black male, you're going to be a black male this time. If you want to be blonde, blue-eyed, knockout, that's what you're going to be.
Has it worked?
Allegedly, they're doing this.
No, when you put, has anybody come back with the same conscious?
I don't know. Actually, Noel will be attending an event in October, the Super Soldier Activation Conference. That's James Rinks. If you're not familiar with super soldiers, it's similar to that effect where they take people, they enhance them to become a super soldier, they send them off planet, they battle all these crazy aliens. Like I warned Noel, he's going to hear some just insane stuff. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But obviously, they believe that that's the truth. But if they get too damaged, their conscious is uploaded and downloaded into another body, and they're sent off to battle, or they're retired and their memory is wiped. And these people apparently are having regressive memories and remember bits and parts of being some super soldier. They think they're hallucinations or memories or nightmares even or dreams. But once they've all got together, their stories seem to be similar. Some of them like, oh yeah, I remember you. Your name was, they all have different names than what they have on Earth. Mm-hmm. So it's the same process. How long this stuff has been in effect, I have no idea.
There's a very intriguing story that goes with that, which is 20 and back, because you sign a contract and they actually bring you back to
the year they took you.
Just after, like a minute after.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And you get full pay or whatever if you sign a contract, but they also have a different way of doing it, where if you had done something wrong, that they actually do it and they don't pay you or anything, and then you're like a slave for those 20 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Started playing with some of that when, well, in battles they found a lot of times, I mean, you know, one guy sit there, his buddy is injured, and the guy lifts like a boulder or a car by himself.
Right.
And they found out you can actually basically supercharge the brain almost to the mind over matter type of a thing, where we can do way more than what we think we can do.
Right.
And the brain then basically supercharges your whole body.
Because we're in a matrix and they have a way to get around
Yeah,
that.
and I actually did something like that. I was up at, it was Allegheny Mines in the Sierra Nevada range. And these guys had to get an ore car, which is a steel ore car, very heavy, right? And they said, hey, Noah, we need your help. And I didn't even think about it at the time. I got on and I said, okay, we're gonna go 1, 2, 3. And on 3, you guys, everybody lift at the same time. And so they did. And it was like, I clicked, and I mean, that thing, the ore car went clear over to the other side. And they looked at me like, oh, man, I ain't gonna mess with you. How'd you do that? I said, sorry, guys, I didn't mean to. Let's do it from the other side. I said, as soon as he gets to the top, I'll back off. And we did, and it basically flew up, and then I backed off, and they automatically, boom, it dropped in the slot.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I mean,
Wow.
and that ore, it was a solid steel ore car. You're talking pretty much a ton.
Well, maybe you're a super soldier and you don't remember.
Oh, no, well, they worked on my memory and a lot of stuff, but I wasn't a super soldier, but I was involved with a lot of that stuff. I was more the intel part and the leader part and, you know, the part they wanted to use for the brain and as far as, you know, guidance and stuff like that, you know. But when I found out a lot of the stuff going on, some of the stuff they did, I backed out and I said, no way.
All right. So if you like the idea of a organoid brain computer, you can rent one.
Yeah.
Biocomputers made of human brain cells now available for rent. This is from August 25th, 2024. Priced at $500 per month. These organoids can last up to 100 days and are currently being used by select universities to advance AI research and explore new training methods. You can go into this more if you want. The company is called Final Spark, a Swiss technology firm.
That seems inexpensive. $500.
The way it works is that specific brain The way it works is that specific brain cells are programmed genetically so that they express light-sensitive switches with which the cells can be turned on and off. So by shining a flash of light on a whole brain, you can control particular parts of it. And in this way, discover the electrical impulses that normally underlie all of our mental lives.
So, 11 million televisions. Let's do some math. Basic, simple math. 11 million televisions Vizio sold, did a class action. State of New Jersey brought the charges along with the FTC. They eventually settled for $2.2 million to the FTC, and they paid, I think, $2 million to Jersey. $4.2 million. So they took 11 million subscribers' information, and on a monthly basis, they sold it for $5 to $35 per customer. Basic, if you just do the math at $5 times 11 million is $55 million per month. How long they've been doing it? Who the hell knows? Up to $35 per customer or purchaser of their television sets. So obviously they said, oh, we're going to stop, or we're going to put some kind of button you can toggle out of that, you know, doesn't do it. But every time you turn your television off, it resets. So business model, we're going to spy on 11 million people, and we're going to continue to do it. And all we have to do is pay $4.2 million to do it. And we're going to make $55 million a month. Fuck yeah, let's do that.
Is it just data, or do they have cameras? Okay.
Your television is actually two-way. We used to say if you can go downstream, you can go upstream. Radio, television, all
Did I not
two-way.
say that's the best smart device or best spy device in your house? Is your smart television and the microphone remote that goes with it. Because most people, the remote's in your bed with you, it's on your lap, or it's on your nightstand, and you're whispering all the pillow talk to your spouse, or you're having wild snot slinging sex, all documented, all going into a database somewhere. Is somebody actually going, oh, wow, look at Ethel and George have wild snot slinging sex? No, nobody's doing that. But it's going into a database. Absolutely. Pardon me?
That they can pull up later?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. This is what's happening. So I wanted to show you this, and this isn't just isolated with Vizio. Here is Siri settlement.
What was that settlement on?
The controversy traces back to July 2019 when a whistleblower revealed that Siri was frequently activated unintentionally, leading to the recording of private conversations. These recordings were subsequently reviewed by Apple contractors for quality control purposes. The Guardian reported that such inadvertent activations captured sensitive information, including confidential medical discussions, private business dealings, and more intimate personal moments. Whistleblower noted that accidental triggers were common, with sounds as innocuous as a zipper being misinterpreted as, hey Siri, wait phrase. I can't make this stuff up. It's I wish I could. I wish I was that good. There's that one. Here's another one on Fubu. Fubu is owned by Disney. Fubu violated a federal video policy privacy protection act by sharing user data with third parties like Facebook and Google, according to the lawsuit. And I have another one right behind it. Americans in line to get a share of 3.4 million in privacy settlement, no proof needed to get cash July 10th, 2025. So, yeah, Fubu, go get your money.
$5, probably $5 or something.
Sure, yeah. Lawyers make all the money.
You're right. It's probably $5.
I have Trump's executive orders up here. We're kind of running short on time because they close at 5. I want to make sure Doug and Kiki get out of here. We'll have an awesome day. Here is Chinese hospital now uses a blood drawing robot that hits veins with 94% sniper precision.
I don't remember this.
Here's the Xfinity detect movement in your home with Wi-Fi motion, smart home. With the rise of smart home technology, Wi-Fi networks are getting smarter and more effective than ever. One of the latest advancements, Wi-Fi motion detection, provides additional peace of mind by sensing and notifying you of movement throughout your home. Not only is it just tracking movement, it's actually giving a image. So whenever you hear this stuff, it's a lot more than what they're actually putting out in the public. So
Yeah.
please be aware of all this stuff. What else did I have up here for you guys? I think that's about it here. There's some other stuff, but most part, that's about it with that. And Trump. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
We need question time anyway.
Yes, we do, and I'm more than happy to do that. And yeah, taking questions. What you got? You can ask me anything. If you want to ask me about trusts, I'll answer that. If you want to ask me about AI,
That is why I came.
yeah, we can talk about that. Again, you have my cell phone number. You can call me anytime from 9 to 9. And I'll talk to anybody at any time. If I don't answer my phone, you get my voicemail. Don't leave me a voicemail. Just text me and say, please call me at your earliest convenience. That means I'm doing it live or I'm at work or something. I'm just unavailable.
You have videos online on YouTube of the trust presentations? Is that
I do. I think
Yes, he does.
Tuesday is part 19 of a 20-part series. I re-edited a 19-part series that was originally supposed to be 24 parts that Ann LaFleur and I did on trusts that eventually became the revocable living trust class, all about deeds class. The next one was mortgage and foreclosures and fraud and all that stuff. The next one was irrevocable trust class. Then we did the foreign trust class and the private membership association class. All of them are knockouts. David Lester Strait sells his PMA class, I think, for $2,000, $2,500, $79. Can't beat it. It's very, very dense in that information. And then eventually that led into the books. So that's the evolution.
Which are exceptional. Thank you very much.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank Ann. She did all that and did a remarkable job. Do you have the books?
I have the electronic version. I bought
Oh, the ebook, which on trust or specialty trusts?
on trusts.
On trust? Okay. All of you have my email, right?
Yeah.
If you don't, get my card. It's on my card. If you guys will email me because you're here and you stay till the end, I will send even you an email or an ebook for both books on trust and specialty trust books. So you will have over 30 different trusts, every form you're ever going to need to operate in trust. So thank you for being here. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. This isn't, look, I'm not here for the money. It's never been about money. It's all been about educating as many people as I can with things that I learned that I think are important, not to myself, not to my family, not to God, but to humanity. Because most of you, y'all don't know, but I'm going to tell you, I've been to prison 3 times here in Texas. The last time they threw me away for good, gave me a 60-year sentence, which they call baby life here in Texas. I'm on parole till I'm 100 years old. I used to be the most craziest motherfucker you'd ever want to run into on the streets. I've ruled Houston, Texas. If you read my bio in the book, it'll tell you I've lived in a crack house. I've lived in a pit house. I've dated crack whores. I've dated 20th anniversary penthouse pet, Playboy centerfolds. Absolutely. And done everything in between and had a blast doing it. Had so much fun. The state of Texas eventually put their boot on my neck and said, you got to stop, bro. You're a danger to the citizens of Harris County, Texas. Therefore, I sentence you to a term of not less than 60 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
And yet here you
Close
are.
quote.
And yet here you are.
And I fought them tooth and nail for 14 years and 2 months. Threw everything in the world at them. Civil RICOs, Section 1983 civil rights lawsuits, grievances. You can only file one grievance per week. But if it's access to courts, you can file as many as you want. And I used to go in there and drop 90 at a time. The unit grievance investigator, she'd come in, Tarvin, what are you doing? I've got to exhaust my state administrative remedies prior to filing lawsuit, according to the law. So tag, you're it. Yeah. They did things to me that are horrific. If you'd like to hear those stories, I'll be more than happy to tell you. I've lived with one of the most prolific serial killers in the state of Texas, David Owen Brooks, who passed away a couple years ago of COVID. We lived in the same dorm. We worked together in the kitchen, and we were in the craft shop together.
And you never
Absolutely.
worried about him killing you?
No. I never worried about myself in prison. I've always, thank God, I'm intelligent. I'm bright. Because I was physically abused by my father as a child, I mentally dropped out of school in 4th grade because during my 3rd grade year, I was either sitting out in the hallway, principal's office, or suspended at home. And by the time I got to 4th grade, I had no clue what was going on. They were talking about adverbs and adjectives and pronouns and all this stuff. And I was like, oh my God, I have no idea what they're talking about. And I'm like, looking at everybody, everybody's, and I'm like, what do I do? And that's when I quit. And eventually we moved from there. I went to a junior senior high school that my dad taught at. So I got to go to the same school that my dad taught at for 6 years. Imagine how fun that was. But once I found drugs and alcohol, I escaped from reality. And I had fun. Till Daddy took the keys away. Took my T-bird away. So that's my life. And in 2016, between January and April 15th, 2016, while I was at the Havens unit in Brownwood, Texas, something just went. You can't go back out there and do what you've been doing.
How did you get out of your 60-year sentence?
That's a good story. So, if y'all heard me talk about the law librarian that I had in court on record, okay, I filed a civil RICO and a 1983 for meaningful access to courts. And they have this thing called computer recovery in Texas prison that's run by the Texas Correctional Industries. And what they do is all the electronics from every state entity, colleges, universities, and hospitals across Texas, everything that's used, out of date, broken, they send it to computer recovery. There's one's at a female unit in Gatesville, the other one's up to John M. Wynn unit in Huntsville, Texas, where I was at for 12 years. So that we get truckloads of this stuff and we go through it. So while I was doing this, I was like, why don't we create these little digital stations where through a firewall, we can like put all our legal work on a thumb drive instead of walking around with a stack of paper like this and all these additional legal books like this. And you can only have, you got a 2 square foot locker to put all this stuff in, or otherwise it's contraband and they seize it and you got to send it home. So my idea was, okay, we got all this computer stuff. So we got a keyboard, we got a mouse, we got monitors, we got drives. Well, let's just set up an intranet inside the prison system where there would be a firewall. We could have access to every licensed attorney in the world, every court in the world, so we could just send emails straight. So we didn't have to go through the U.S. mail. We didn't have to go through the post office or anything like that. So we really had truly meaningful access to courts. We could also access, they use a quarterly disk drive from Westlaw to access the law library because now they've done away with the books. There are no more books, no more updates in Texas prison systems. The Texas Business Commerce Code, the UCC, it's no longer in Texas prisons. Why? Me. I terrified them. So I filed suit. So I filed a temporary preliminary injunction to prevent the law library and the head law library and Robert Quata from handling anything associated with me, but mainly my legal mail, because he held my legal mail for 17 days. TDCJ policy allows him to hold it for 72 hours. I got him on record admitting he did that. The Assistant Texas Attorney General stood up and said, we're going to move for dismissal. Granted, case dismissed. And I'm there for a preliminary injunction hearing. I'm like, what? I go, what grounds you dismiss it on? On the civil rights. So to this day, the RICO is still pending. I got it on the record that she dismissed it under civil rights, not under the civil RICO under 1962, Title 18. So that devastated me. That ended my legal career. I was like, man, they are just not going to let me win. So I retired from that. One day, this guy walks up to me and goes, hey, you got those newspapers? I'm like, newspapers? Which newspapers? I read every newspaper I can get my hands on. He goes, those sovereign bulletins. I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember those. And they had all the little, squares cut out where people had taken all this information. I'm like, what's up with those? He goes, well, you're going to laugh, Floyd. And I'm like, humor me. Well, there's a process in there. You can get $100 million for your birth certificate. $100 million for your birth certificate? Really? Yeah. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I got him. He goes, but there's this other process too. And I'm like, well, what's that? And he goes, you can get out of prison. I'm like, okay, now you got my attention. Because I've already exhausted my appeals. I've already exhausted my state habeas corpus, federal habeas corpus, writ of certiorari, actual innocence, wrongful conviction. Even had them change the Texas Health and Safety Code law behind me from one of my filings. And that's a whole nother story. That's why I said I can sit here and take y'all down the legal journey and give you my own personal experiences and go, here, there's the case. Go read it yourself. Go find the record and read it and show what they've done to me in this state. So I decided I was going to create this little group called Masterminds, 13 of us, that we're going to, because all these guys, they're dumb as a box of rocks. They're street criminals, all this stuff. So they brought me all their information, Gene Keating's treatise, the Redemption Manual 4.0, 4.5, all this information. Some of it's coded in like personal letters, and like every third paragraph would be a paragraph out of American Sovereign Bulletin or Gene Keating's treatise because it's contraband. They won't allow it in. So I had to go through it and decipher this, and I'm trying to put all this shit together. I go to the law library, and I'm like, let me check out the Texas Business Commerce Code, UCC, go through that. So the first thing I do when I go to a new category of law, I always read the table of contents in the Vernon's Texas Annotated Statutes and Codes. So that's what I did. And I get to Section 7, warehouses, warehouse receipt.
There you go.
Oh, okay. A warehouse can be on any form. I can write a warehouse receipt, rather. So I could write a warehouse receipt on this table, and that's the warehouse receipt. Doesn't matter what it is. However, there's certain things that must be stated in the warehouse receipt to make it bona fide, legitimate. As I'm reading them, I'm going, holy crap. I need to bring my judgment and sentence down here. So next day, I go back with my judgment and sentence. They got me in a warehouse.
Yep.
My TDCJ number is the warehouse receipt number. My case number is the account number. Bastards. So what did they do? They charged me. And then they gave me a bill, a true bill. They didn't no-bill me. They indicted me, gave me a true bill. So once I started putting all this together, I'm like, okay, this is a freaking thing. Now I'm down this rabbit hole in prison. So I got my little group. So we've got it wired up where I can go to the chapel And we could spend 2 hours in there and we're all there game planning and I'm teaching these guys, okay, this is what's going on, guys, blah, blah, all this information. One of the guys came from another unit. He started stealing our materials. And I made these books. I actually, 3-hole puncher. Well, those little things that slide in there? Yeah. Well, I actually had one of those little things. So I take my lock and I punch holes and punch 3 holes. And then I lace it all together with a tennis shoe string out of commissary and make my own little books. That's how I stayed organized. And I used different colors for every case. So lime green would be this case. Fluorescent orange would be meaningful access to courts. Blue would be my 1107, whatever. So everything was color coded. So when I opened up this little 2 square foot cubic locker, everything's color coded. Everything's labeled. So I just knew exactly where I had to be highly organized because I was litigating well over a dozen cases at one time. I can go into all that, kind of giving you all about his fees. But anyway, so when that guy was stealing material, eventually I'm telling everybody, man, I'm missing books. What's up? Do y'all have them? Go check your locker again. They can't come back. No. So we found out that this guy was stealing it because we gave him a little UCC book to take out and get copied. And he was supposed to bring it back into me. And the guy that he got to do the copies said he gave it back to him. And that guy accused him. And that's when we figured out. So we got a guy on his wing. It's like, hey, man, go in this dude's house and steal all his freaking paperwork. Leave his fan, radio, hot pot, all that crap. He's stealing our material. We want it back. Well, this dumbass goes and tells him. So I'm thinking I'm going to get my shit back. We're in the chapel, okay, during a proceeding. And me and this guy go sit next to each other. This dude pulls a shank out and puts it to my ribs.
Oh my God.
Because if you ever threaten me or send somebody to my house, I'll fuck you up. I'm looking at this dude and I'm thinking, if I wasn't so close, because I thought I was just that far from getting out of prison, I thought I was really there. I was like, man, I really want to fuck this dude up. I'm just going to let this ride. Well, a week later, me and 5 other guys in my 13-man crew get locked up. We're back in ADSEG or pre-hearing detention. So we're back there for 30 days and they're bouncing us around every 2-3 days to a different cell. Every time you got to go to a new cell, it's GI. You got to clean it, top to bottom, bunk, sink, toilet, cabinet, shelves, everything. It's spotless. All the bars, because who's nasty. And I can give you some nasty stories about that stuff. So he drops a snitch ticket to the law librarian who I got to admit. This dude had it out for me. So we're back there in pre-hearing detention and nobody's telling us anything about what's going on. Meanwhile, the entire unit is locked down for a week. Okay? We don't know any of this. They searched every freaking hard drive on the unit. And this is an industry unit where they make license plates, they make mattresses, they have diesel mechanics, TCI, sign shop, sticker plant where they make all the inspection stickers, handicap placards, and I've worked in most of these places. Actually pressed license plates, the old embossed ones, before they came out with the digital ones.
Wait, so you, as a prisoner, are dealing with all these license plates?
I used to work in the tag plant, yeah.
License.
Yeah, I used to make license plates, yeah. They call it a can. So 000 through 999 is a can, 1,000 plates. I get it. I got story after story. So we all get locked up. So meanwhile, this is all going on. People are losing their jobs because they're finding videos and porn and all kinds of shit on these hard drives that these inmates are using. Oh yeah, it was a huge deal, and we didn't know. And this happened January 14th. And they called it the Rodeo Roundup because it was the time of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. So I eventually go to court and they find me guilty and take a year good time, demote me in my trustee status, give me 30-30-30, commissary, cell restriction, some other bullshit. So then the assistant warden calls me down there and he's looking at my file. I'm sitting in front of him, and he goes, Tarvin, I don't know what the hell y'all are up to, but you're not going to do it on my unit. I recommend a transfer. I'm like, cool. Can I go pack my bags? When the hell am I getting out of here? Because I was done with the unit. I was going to transfer anyway, and the only reason I was staying there because I was doing legal work for other people that I did not entrust to give to somebody else to litigate, because there wasn't anybody I thought that was better than me on that unit. So I stayed just to help those guys learn so I could educate them. Hey, bro, this is how you do it. And then this happened. Unbeknownst to me, I catch the chain to go transfer my new unit, the OBL's unit, also in Huntsville. And they handcuffed me to a guy in general population. So we're on the chain bus, and, I'm like, whatever, because we got to make rounds all these units before we get to our unit, picking people up and dropping people off. So while we're on this journey, this dude next to me starts talking about the rodeo roundup. I'm like, the fuck is he talking about? Rodeo roundup? And he starts talking about me. And I'm like, oh, so this is what's been going on. So I'm playing dumb as a box of rocks.
So you didn't know who you were?
No, he had no idea. I'm the ringleader. I'm the mastermind. Nobody on the bus knew, and he's telling the story, and it's about me, and I'm like, really? Oh, my God. What else happened? Unbeknownst to me, FBI, Secret Service, IRS, U.S. Postal Inspector came and investigated me and the 5 other guys. They confiscated all our property. They gave me back all my electronics, my typewriter, hot pot, fan, radio, headphones, that bullshit. Anything that was paper, they kept.
Must have had something on there.
To this day, they have not returned my material. Included in that was the only picture of me and my daughter when she was a baby. And when I got out, I called the unit and talked to the former assistant warden, who's now the head warden, Kelly Strong. I said, hey, Warden Strong, it's your old buddy Floyd Tarvin. Guess what? I'm out of prison. Can I come get my shit? Tarvin, you're never getting your property back. Absolutely. So I was investigated by all 4 agencies, and not one of those entities ever came and talked to me. Yeah. So when I got out on April 15th, obviously I had to make a change in my life. I've been sober for 23 years, May 10th, thank God. I have no desire for alcohol. And
so, but it was through the warehouse receipt, through the warehouse system that you finally were able to break the code?
I still have not broken the code. I don't know anybody who's been able to extract themselves or extract somebody from prison, probation, or parole. I've heard rumors of it, but no, I just haven't.
Because they wouldn't have sent all those inspectors and kept your stuff
Oh.
if it wasn't legit.
Let me explain to you, because I first went to prison in 1982, and that's when I met David Brooks on the Clemens unit in Brazoria, Texas. That's a whole nother story too. I got a gazillion stories. Lost my train of thought. Where was that?
Breaking the code, you said that's.
Why did they come after you?
Pardon me?
Why did they come after you?
Why did they what?
The 4 agencies, why were they investigating you?
For all that material. I had every UCC form, every GSA form, SF and OF. Y'all know what those are?
Yeah.
Silver bonds, gold bonds, promissory notes.
Wow.
All this contraband that they were tripping. They're like, how did he get all this stuff in the prison? Well, I'm a clever dude.
It's the keys to
Okay, I know how to beat the system. I know how to receive stuff. I can send stuff to people right now. I still know how to do that. There's still open opportunity to do it, but I don't do it.
So they let you out after that?
So they sent me to the Ellis unit. I did the 2-step grievance process to overturn my disciplinary hearing, and eventually wrote to the director of classification over the whole prison system. That director overturned it. not the unit grievance investigator, not the regional grievance investigator, which is like unheard of. So they put me from medium custody, which is you're in your cell 21 hours a day. You're only out for day room, go eat, shower. So they put me back out in general population that evening, probably about 6 or 7 o'clock. And everybody's like, oh my God, you're out in population. I'm like, yeah, thank God. I had a lay-in to go to infirmary the next morning. So I'm in the infirmary at 5:30 in the morning, waiting to be seen. Sergeant walks in. Tarvin. Yeah, what's up? Got a case for you. What? For what? Just got out of medium custody. Possession of a treasury draft in violation, all this bullshit laws. I'm like, really? Y'all just gave me a case for possession of a blank UCC-1 form? I said I violated some laws, and of course I got that overturned, and now you're going to railroad me again? So not this time, they didn't send me to medium custody. They sent me to closed custody, where you're in your cell 23 hours a day. You get out to go to the day room to eat. No, they bring you breakfast. You eat lunch in the day room. You eat because you don't go to the chow hall. You eat supper in the day room. You get to go to showers, and when they have enough staff, you get to go for recreation 1 to 2 hours, depending. Eventually, I got off that. Went back to medium custody, eventually got put out in population, and Greg Abbott was the attorney general. He become governor. And I was like, man, I'm never going to get the fuck out of here. And I actually wrote the parole board a letter, and I said, don't even lay me in for your annual reviews that you're just going to send me another denial, because I've been denied for 7 years. And I said, just, if you're going to give me parole, you're going to give me parole. I'm just going to go sit down, and I'm going to do my 20 years flat, and y'all kick me out. And I'd given up because I exhausted every legal remedy, alternative remedy, and I was just, distraught. Everybody abandoned me. My family abandoned me. I saw my daughter when she was 3 years old. The next time I saw her, she was 17, graduating on Ford Field here in Frisco, Texas. Where's my daughter down there? That's the next time I saw her. And I just went and sat down somewhere. Rizzy Owens was the chair of the Board of Pardons and Paroles. She was under Rick Perry. She was Rick Perry's girl. Rick Perry is all about locking people up. He doesn't care. Oh man, that guy has killed more innocent people on death row than you can imagine. I know people on death row. I know people who've gotten off death row. I know people who've been executed on death row. Absolutely. So my bona fides are real. I'm the real deal. I'm a real gangster, a reformed bad boy, as I like to call it. So I'm thinking I'm not getting out. Abbott apparently had a conversation with Rizzy Owens telling her, you can't make people doing a 10-year sentence doing 9 years and 6 months on that 10 flat and then kicking them out for 6 months on parole. You need to put these people in a program and get them the fuck out of TDCJ. So we have room for these violent offenders. I was a non-violent offender. That was my classification. So he put a new chair in there and changed the parole board. So I was already up for review for parole, and when they put me out in general population, I was writing the parole commissioners, the unit parole officer, all the board members. I was like, hey, what's up? I'm waiting on my answer. I've been waiting on an answer for 9 months, which is an extremely long time to wait on an answer. And I'm getting all these letters back from these different entities. They're telling me different things. And I get this one says, you'll be seen for parole next week. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to get my bullshit set off, for my next year's review. So I go in, I see this lady, never seen her before. She lateraled from building sergeant over to the parole division, from one division to another. And she's like, she has, I think, 2 pieces of paper on her desk in front of me. Usually my file's like this freaking thick. Okay. I mean, I can walk in a room like, oh yeah, that's my file. She goes, Tarvin, I was told to do an expedited parole. Like, expedited parole. So I'm doing my memory all the way back to 1982. Have I ever heard that term before? Never. What's expedited parole? She goes, I don't know. I was just told you to bring you here and review you. I'm like, well, I'm waiting on an answer from 9 months ago from my review. She goes, oh, no, because you got that major disciplinary case. That's a wash. I'm like, well, okay, you're in violation of law because you didn't bring me up for my annual review like you're supposed to. She goes, well, I don't know about all that, Tarvin, but you're going to have an answer within a week. I'm like, oh, well, this is just, they got to follow the law, give me my review, give me my set off, and we'll be on down the road. So I'm rolling my eyes at her, like, whatever. Yeah, you got it. So 4 days later, I'm in the law library. One of the guys here is like, yeah, man, I got these 2 lay-ins. One for, I forget what it was called, but it's basically where you go, where you do all your paperwork for when you get out so they can get your birth certificate, all your stuff if you need to go get an ID or driver's license, that kind of stuff. And then I had another one for something else, and we both had the same lay-ins. And he goes, oh, yeah, I already know I made parole because my people outside went on the website, found out I got an FI. FI means further investigation. You can get a FI1, FI2, FI3, FI4, 5, 6, 9, 18. And that means that if, like me, I got an FI6. I had to go to a 6-month in-prison therapeutic treatment program in Brownwood, Texas, at the Havens unit, like I told you. That's when everything clicked over there. And believe me, I fought those people too. And I left that unit on lockdown. I put them in lockdown, and I manipulated the whole unit. I played very high psychological games while I was in prison, because when you're in prison, everybody's got an agenda, everybody's got a motive, and everybody either wants something from you. Because I was intelligent, they all want my information. So when I went over there, all the counselors, LCDC counselors, picked their little pets to run things. So now I had all these inmates that were running everything, and I'm like, dude, man, come on, man, what are y'all doing? They didn't want to pay attention, so I got all their commissary taken away. I got them commissary restricted. I got them all on lockdown. I got us all on reflections, which means we had to sit here like this all day long. Couldn't bend your elbows, couldn't bend your knees, couldn't turn your head, couldn't talk. You just had to sit there and reflect all day until I went home. All my LCDCs on my pods, like, he's not going home. We're going to make him repeat the program and do another 6 months. The head LCDC said, hell no, that dude's going home. He's trouble. We don't want him here anymore. And that's how they all know me.
So you're trouble. So
I'm legally trouble because I find loopholes, back doors, and express those. Because in Texas prison, you cannot get any kind of chemical dependency treatment for alcohol or drugs until you're granted parole. So like me, I did a 60-year sentence. I had to do almost 7.5 years flat before I came up for parole. So for 7.5 years, I just languished there. No treatment, no therapy, no nothing. And then once I granted parole, I got put in that 6-month program. So I was like, man, there's got to be something. Boom. I find the Texas Health and Safety Code. And I'm paraphrasing, but the first section said that any citizen of the state of Texas can get intervention, prevention, treatment to become a productive member of society. And the recourse to do that is file a writ of habeas corpus for emergency protective custody for chemical dependency treatment. And you file it in the county, on the county level, and the county attorney is the one who represents the state. So I filed it in Walker County. They refused it. Filed it in Harris County. They refused it. Filed it back in Walker County. They refused it. Filed it in Travis County. Austin, which is the bifurcated headquarters of TDCJ, which is Austin and Huntsville, they accepted it. So the county attorney accepted it. So I was under the law prior to 2009 because of what I would have done. The population of TDCJ was about 100,000 offenders. It's documented through TDCJ intake at diagnostics that 70% of those 100,000 were chemically dependent upon their arrest. So that means that those 70,000 roughly would be able to utilize the same vehicle that I used to be bench warranted back to their county of conviction for chemical dependency treatment, whatever that looks like, which would have put a burden on all the counties financially, logistically, because of jail bunk space. So what did Texas legislature do? They changed the law. So my argument is old law, not new law, because it's the law in effect at the time of your offense date. Okay, so I'm under the old law. Well, Travis County attorney, he's arguing all the new law, and the court accepted it. And I appealed it all the way up and lost. That's another adventure that I've been on legally in this state. That's why I keep telling you guys, when there's fraud, corruption, and they don't follow the law, you're not going to win. So my experiences that I've been through all of this, I decided between January and April 15th, 2016, that I had to do something different. I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know who I was going to be. I got out. I was so poor. I didn't own the clothes that I was wearing, didn't own the shoes that I was wearing. You know, I walked out of prison with some legal work and a bunch of bullshit ass hygiene, and that was it. I had no job, no car, no house, no relatives in Houston. My parents already passed away. My daughter's up here. You know, I haven't seen her in 14 years. Thank God my buddy had an old construction trailer he probably stole somewhere, allowed me to live in. It was a construction company, so I was able to remodel it because they had a big wood shop. And I decided that I had to do something. I had to better myself. I didn't start my show till 2022, something like that, in March. Something kept egging me on. You need to do a show. You need to do a show. And I thought I was going to do a show about my industry, being in the entertainment industry, because I know a bunch of people who play in rock bands professionally that toured all over the world. So I thought that's what I could do it on. But then I started putting the private process stuff on there, and that garnered more and more attention, and I evolved into that, and I evolved into the whole assembly stuff. And then I went into the RV category, and now I'm going into the health category. So I've been evolving as I go. Whenever I do a video on a process, I've done the process. I've done everything. I've done all the SF form. I mean, you can go to my record in the Harris County District Clerk's office and look at it, see all the filings that I've done. I have done it. I was telling Noel this. I was arguing with Judge Keeling about whether the state of Texas was a for-profit corporation or a republic. Okay, and it's me and a judge in the grand jury room, the Walker County Courthouse, arguing over that, standing next to these two, what I think are assistant attorney generals. And I'm trying to find the Dun & Bradstreet background business report that states that the judiciary courts of the state of Texas are for-profit corporations established by the people in 1845, which is a subsidiary of the state of Texas, Inc., established by the people in 1836. Absolutely. So I decided, you know, I've got to do something to remedy all my prior transgressions, the life I lived in the past, all the stupidity, the moronic things that I did that are just, you know, now in hindsight, I'm like, oh God, yeah. And when I got out, and I thought it was funny, my nickname's Scotty because I'm the fourth Floyd. People would come up to me and go, hey man, you remember when? And they tell me this most outlandish, crazy story. And I look at them, I go, you talking about me? They're like, yeah, you don't remember? I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, oh yeah, let me call so-and-so. And I'm like, no, you need to do that. And wow, that's crazy. And I thought they were kind of humorous at first, but as I ran into more and more people that I hadn't seen in, 15, 20, 30 years, and they kept telling me these insane, crazy stories that I either should be dead or in prison or maimed or something, I came to the determination that, That guy was nuts. Lost his freaking mind. I was not scared of guns, knives, gang fights, police, going to jail. I actually went to jail 4 times for public intoxication in the same freaking shirt. I walked out of jail on the 4th time. I looked down the shirt and I went, man, I've been to jail 4 times in this shirt. I threw it in the trash right outside the jail. Swear to God. I thought the shirt was jinxed. It was me. So I decided back then that I had to do something different with my life, no matter what it was. And as I got into the categories of doing the private process, I found that most of them, you know, even though the secured party process, it's fundamentally flawed at its deception if you follow the guidelines of the redemption manual, because you cannot file a lien against yourself in your same name. I can do Floyd Pleasant Harbor IV Trust versus Floyd Pleasant Harbor IV because they're different. It's illegal in the state of Texas. That's filing a fraudulent lien. It's a 3rd-degree felony that they were trying to charge me with in prison.
No, it's even if you do it against the trust. The trust
No,
is,
as long as the names are different.
Yeah.
If it's the same name.
No, the matrix manuals are completely flawed. I went through them myself.
Oh, yeah.
They have all sorts of errors like that.
Yeah. And when you don't know.
Oh, yeah. And
you
they're
don't
telling
know.
you to do these things, you could go to jail for some of the stuff they're saying in there.
So
Right.
Are you out of the system?
No, I'm on parole till I'm 100 years old. That's why I've, still chased this. When I filed my writ of habeas corpus, and I did it all by myself, and it was, the brief with the application was 535 pages. Basically, it's a college thesis because I had to do index of authorities, table of contents, had to put all the page numbers, and I did this all in prison with a freaking typewriter. Today, I probably couldn't do it just because of all the distractions. I was so focused, laser focused on law, knew law so well that statute of limitations is up. I forced the nurse's signature on a cell pass for about 3 months so I didn't have to go to work, so I could spend all day, every day, all night, every night putting this brief together. And I got lazy towards the end, and instead of going out and checking in and showing them my cell pass, I was like, I'm just gonna, fuck it. They already know I got a cell pass. Well, they went to the nurse's office, the infirmary, and it's like, hey, does he have a cell pass? No. Did he have one yesterday? No. Did he have one last week? No. How about last month? No. Well, who signed these? And they actually took it to the nurse, and the nurse could not determine whether or not that was her signature. That's how good I was. Needless to say, they changed the whole cell pass process in the behind me.
Did they know you were the one signing it?
They knew. They couldn't prove it.
Well, that's what I meant. They
Yeah.
weren't able to prove it.
Yeah.
So they
And
didn't know they didn't see you do it.
yeah. And I did this just with, anytime I found a loophole, back door, I used it, exploited it to the fullest extent I could. Just like with the grievance, you go in there, you slap 90, now she's got to work. She's going to be in there for a couple days dealing with all that.
You said they removed your trusteeship. What were you a trustee for?
Well, they have what's called state approved trustees, 1, 2, 3, and 4 now. Generally, a SAT 1 can pretty much go anywhere. They can go drive trucks as long as they're supervised. SA2 can be within a certain distance of an officer, but still outside the actual prison unit, the physical unit. They're usually in the trustee dorms outside. They can go outside the dorm anytime they want, go recreate whenever they want. They have more freedom. SAT 3 is your highest trustee class in the building, SAT 4 below that, and they have line classes underneath that. So they demoted me from an SAT down to a line class 1 or 3, whatever it was, which is no big deal. So to give you an example of the Texas prison system, you can go get the book. I think it's Texas Prisons. I got it when I was in prison in the 80s. And I personally have met and know at least a dozen people in that book. Because I wanted to know my environment. I want to know what's going on, who's who, what's what. Lost my train of thought again. I'm getting tired. The prison unit. So this goes all the way back to the establishment of the first U.S. federal territorial prison in Huntsville, Texas, that the federal government gave to the state of Texas. Does anybody know why the prison guards in the state of Texas have a gray uniform with blue piping? Leftovers from the Civil War. How you like that? Yeah, absolutely. So Huntsville was the first territorial prison. So the evolution of that. Texas used to have self-supporting prison systems, which means they raised their own livestock, they raised their own produce, they had their own canning facilities. Everything was self-sufficient. The only thing we really got was the government butter, government cheese, government peanut butter, government peanuts. Remember all that USDA stuff? Well, we used to get that. They raised rabbits, chickens, hogs, of course, cattle, and probably a bunch of other stuff. I was a butcher, so I was able to, facilitate all this stuff. But it used to be self-sufficient, and they called them farms. You had the Wynn State Farm. You have the central unit, but it was the Central State Farm. In the 80s, the accountants got a hold of the prison system, and they changed everything to units. Units is a monetary element, right? Okay, so if you're on a high security unit with obviously brick walls and bars on the windows, and you have to have a key to get outside, and then once you do get outside, you've got these several layers of chain link fence, 1, 2, or 3 layers with the 3-tier concertina wire at the top, right? Why do they count 12 times a day? Anybody? Inventory.
They count 12 times a day?
Oh, some units more than that. Inventory.
In the warehouse.
Absolutely. That's what's going on with the system right now. And I've exposed all of it. I've called these people out of my videos. I call Greg Abbott all the time, and Kim Paxton. Everybody on the Board of Pardons and Paroles, they know who I am. The director of TDC, or the parole board, he knows me. The regional director in Houston, she knows me. Mona Pena, I got her cell phone number on. She's called me personally.
You have parole officers.
Absolutely.
And you don't ever violate parole?
No. No, I've been out 9 years, clean and sober, do what I'm supposed to do. Yeah.
None of these things constitute a parole violation.
Mm-mm. No, they know about all this. You don't think people don't jug at me through my YouTube. I used to call people out, all the frauds, cons, drifters, scammers. Yeah, I used to put them on Front Street. This person's scamming you. And those people would contact the parole board and try to get my parole violated. That's how I met the regional director and the assistant regional director. Got called into the office. We sat down and had a powwow, and guess what? We all walked out smiling and laughing. Absolutely. Yeah, everything I say is solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. Honestly. That's all I'm searching for is the truth, whatever it looks like. Good, bad, and different. And I try to share as much experience and knowledge as I can with people like yourselves. Hopefully it will incite your intellectual curiosity to go investigate on your own, share your experiences and knowledge and research with other people of like mind. Because the people in this room, we're here to save humanity, whether you realize that or not. You're here for a reason. You came for a reason. You came to hear a message. And I hope I've given you everything that you need to hear. And obviously I've left a lot out. Before we go, I know it's getting close to closing time, and I'd like to get them out of here. I still got to pack up, do my loadout. But I want you to go listen to Sabrina Wallace. She goes by, let me pull her up over here. I'm getting ready to show you. Rumble. And library, oh no, watch history. I'm gonna play a snippet at the beginning of this for you guys.
All right. We're going to test this out and see how it works. Hopefully, we'll be able to start going through some of these documents. And I'm going to go ahead and drop this into Telegram. All right, we'll see how we do. Don't see anybody here yet, of course, because I didn't say anything. All right, so join all domain command and control for modern warfare, an analytic framework for identifying and developing artificial intelligence applications directly from RAND. We all love RAND. I said Internet of Bodies. Yeah, we know. It's really interesting that people were unable to explain it. They could say, I said Internet of Bodies. Well, in 2019, Air Combat Command Directorate of Plans, Programs, and Requirements asked RAND Project Air Force to examine and recommend opportunities for applying AI and more broadly, automation to deliberate planning for Joint All-Domain Command and Control. That's the JATS. I've mentioned them a few times since the DoD AI Symposium in 2020. So Joint All-Domain Command and upload to a chipset, and when you get to your new planet, your real estate will download you into a synthetic body. Oh, they would never. Oh, they can't. Oh, they don't know what they're doing. They're just so going to work and going to school, and it never ends. So, on the cryptocurrency side, as I mentioned, you are already using your biometric data, like your pulse and your heart rate, to secure the cryptographic algorithm of being able to electronically give you a disease and take it away. That's not new either. Forgot to pull that one up here for you. Electronic integrated disease surveillance systems. That's why Trump said we'll take your cancer away in 48 hours. Oh, you're welcome. It does make a difference to see so many great souls coming together. Yeah, the synergy community sprung up around a lot of what I was talking about because there are a lot of actual humans out there like myself who survived some of the testing for this stuff. And yeah, xenobiology. Thank you, Kim. Kim, I pulled some of your papers too. As you can see, I have a gazillion tabs open, so I'm trying to stay focused. But this is so incredibly disgusting because 30 years of doing this to our bodies, and the best they can do is scream MK Ultra and parade people like Malone and all the other fear mongers out there. And now they're coming with the turd from Harvard to be the new Messiah. Meanwhile, as I continue to point out, your crypto people, the people with the blockchain, well, that forgot that too.
When we're talking about Loeb, he's completely in league.
At all. They say they can see it, but it's spiritual. To talk about the digital twin modeling for 50 years at the Pentagon. We're supposed to be afraid every 5 minutes of nanobots and RNA, DNA stuff that doesn't make any damn sense to anybody. But now you're going to slap your wearable on. They're going to use your digital twin and fix any disease you have within 48 hours. Yes, it is like a blimp. It's a high altitude platform. But the environment has been filled with the trillion sensors program, air, soil, and water. We've got a hold of everything in the environment to make sure that the earth doesn't explode and everything goes great. So here's your soil and your pathogens and your drugs and it's all there. Same biosensors in the body, etc., etc. And nobody said a word except the governments. The governments of the world said we are going to augment our population because they are part of our GDP. We're going to have enhanced intelligence, sensing, disease-free bodies, ubiquitous and continuous monitoring under the skin. And optimized diet and extreme aging has market share. It's in universities, and all of that human augmentation connects to the cyber physical systems with your Department of Commerce and your trillion sensors network. Okay, so that is why when the
Released.
Allegedly, but this is the disconnect that I have encountered with everybody. I need to wrap up. Let me close out the show real quick. All right, everybody, thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. Sorry about the muting of the last probably 10, 15, 20 minutes, but it is what it is. So thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. It's been a success. Thank you, and I'll see you on the next one. Good night, everybody. Thank you for hanging around after the show. I want to present to you Tailor-Made Trust, featuring Ann LaFleur's Trust Series, available at tailormadetrust.com, as well as thefearlessfloydshow.com store. Here are a handful of the available trusts that can be built, custom tailored to your needs and desires. 25 different trusts, plus the DNA Trust Addendum. And as always, Ann LaFleur's classic trusts and ancillary classes, and also Ann's books on trust and specialty trust, which I also co-authored. If you'd like to get a class, a book, or have a trust custom built for you, always available at thefearlessfloydshow.com store. And I'll see you in the next show. Thank you for watching and have an awesome day.